Good morning everyone. Welcome to the official YouTube channel of JIB CIB English Medium. So first of all, let me know how are you all, and also let me know is audio video both are okay. Good morning everyone. Good morning to all of you. First let me know is audio video both are okay. Are we good to go? Just give me a thumbs up or do write all okay so that we can start the session. So this is our session regarding your Indian economy, Indian financial system paper, which is going to be conducted on 20th of October, and this is your 18th October. It means after one day we have to give or we have to write our paper of IE IFS. So we are having a Marathon today. As you can see, this is the session regarding your IE IFS, Indian economy, Indian financial system. It is the session regarding which we will be talking about the final marathon session of yours. And this is not it. Apart from this final marathon session, we have a lot of more planned for all of you that will be happening tomorrow and day after tomorrow as well. So all these sessions will be going to help you out in clearing your paper. Good morning all. Okay, I got your confirmation. Thank you all for confirming here. And I request to all of you, do share the session once on your Telegram channel, WhatsApp group or Facebook group, wherever you know the bankers are available who are preparing for this particular subject. So do share the session with them as well. Okay, and thank you so much for asking. I'm feeling much better now. Thank you so much everyone for asking. So let's start. What we are going to do, we are going to practice the certain questions. We are going to cover the whole syllabus of your these 2 days in the Marathon session and a revision session, which is going to be conducted tomorrow in the morning at same time at 6 p.m. So what we have to do, we have to join both the sessions. If you are not able to join the session live, then what you have to do, you have to watch the recording of it, and the PDF of the all sessions will be available in the virtual library of yours. The link of the virtual library is given in the description of this session as well. Okay, so let's start. Do make sure you keep counting your answer, that how many answers you are giving correct here, and in the end of the session I will be asking that how many answers you have given correct. So have a copy and pen with you, and do make sure you keep writing or keep doing right tick and wrong tick as per the answers you are giving, so that we will be having a self evaluation and we will be knowing which particular topics questions we have answered wrong, so that we can revise it before the exam. Okay, so let's start with the first question, that is talking about your match the following. The first question is talking about your match the following, and the question is related to factors and India's contribution. The first factor is talking about global income, or we can say GDP. Second is global trade. Third is India and China's contribution. Fourth is as per IMF's India's GDP contribution. So you have to match the right column with each other, and do let me know what will be the answer of ours. A, B, or D. In India's contribution, we have an option 50.5% in 1008, India's contribution 23% in 600 AD, India's contribution 3% in 1947, and 7.3% in 2021. So everybody have to answer. Do make sure you answer all the questions. Doesn't matter it is right or wrong, we will check that. But yes, keep participating in the session. Okay, I am getting the option number C. Maximum are going with the C option. What about rest? Good morning everyone. Okay, A is also the answer. So first of all, when we talk about the global sorry, when we talk about the global income and GDP, global income and GDP gives us the data about your what was the contribution of India in 1600 AD and what was the contribution of India in 1947. These data have been given to. The global income is actually 23% in 1600 AD. The first is the option. Always use the elimination method. If first is B, you can easily eliminate the A and B option. It cannot be A, it cannot be B. But because the fourth option is none of the above, we have to check all the options. Now, second, we have a global trade. Global trade in 1600, 30%. But in 1947, it became only your 3%. Second is your C. So we have matched. First is B, second is C. Okay. India and China contributed 50.5%. Third is your A. That's also true in the year 1000 AD. So your right answer will be C option. Very good. Very good. The right answer will be your C option. This is the right combination of the options we have. So in global income, 1600 was 23% and 1947 was 3%. In global trade, I will write here as well, 33% and 23% data is there. 33% was the global trade and 20 was in case of your income. They both remained 3% when Britishers left India in 1947, and this is the creation of 1600 AD. So this is what we can see, that the Britishers actually exploited Indian economy, that the Indian economy's contribution in the world, in the global trade actually declined. Okay, so right answer is your C. Next. Consider the following statement. Choose the correct statement as your answer. So we have got 3 statements here. Out of these 3 statements, you have to choose the correct statement. So read it once and let me know. Do make sure you keep counting how many answers you are giving correct. Okay. So first is saying the process of reducing dependency and integration amongst particular units throughout the world is known as protectionism. Second is saying protectionism takes forms: tariffs, import quotas, non-tariff barrier. Third, when a government enact laws that restrict or prohibit national. Which of the following is correct statement? Sorry. C option you guys are saying first and third are correct. Okay. What about rest? Second is B. Okay. Okay. C. The process of reducing dependency and integration amongst particular units throughout the world is not a protectionism. It is known as deglobalization. It is known as what? Deglobalization. When you are actually what? When you are reducing your dependency on the other market, when you are reducing your integration with the other market, that's a deglobalization. Because when we link ourselves with the other markets, with the other economy, it is known as globalization, and reducing that dependency will be known as your deglobalization. First is wrong. Protectionism takes 3 main forms. That's true. Tariff barriers are there, import quotas are there, and non-tariff barriers are there. Second is the correct statement. When a government enact law that restrict or prohibit national, that's also true regarding the protectionism. So right answer is second and third is correct. Option number B will be right. Very good. So those who have answered B option, they are correct. Right answer will be your B option. Second and third is right, but the first one is wrong because it should be globalization. Okay, so you can see here it is properly mentioned. The process of reducing dependency and integration amongst the particular unit throughout the world is known as your deglobalization. Apart from that, the protectionism takes form, that is tariff, import quota, non-tariff barriers. So it happens what the globalization have a lot of advantages, but it also have a disadvantages in our. And WTO, World Trade Organization, have said that because of the globalization, if you are facing any kind of loss or any kind of disinterest happening to your country, because of the deglobalization, you can make your own protectionism measures to safeguard your country. So whenever the globalization becomes disadvantage for us, for that particular area, for that particular sector, the government of India makes certain measures to control the negative impact of the globalization, and that's what known as a protectionism measure. The first is tariff measures. By increasing taxes, duties, government reduces the globalization. Second, the import quotas. Government limit the number of goods or number of products that you can import from the foreign country. And third is non-tariff barriers. Non-tariff barriers actually includes your what? It includes your restrictions, like lot of restrictions, paperwork you have to do. So that's also one of the protectionism measures. Okay, so do remember that. The right answer was R, option number B. It means second and third statement is correct. First was wrong. Now, Government of India appointed a high-level committee to review the FRBM Act 2003. The committee submitted its reports in January 2017. One of the important recommendations of the committee is debt should be used as a primary target for fiscal policy. Debt to GDP ratio of 60% should be targeted with a 40% limit for center and 20% limit for the state, and the target should be achieved by 2020. Okay, so which committee have actually recommended this? Which committee actually recommended this? Is it a Bhatt committee? Is it a LC Gupta committee? Is it a Nachiket Kaur committee, or is it none of the above? B option is coming. It is about FRBM Act. FRBM Act stands for Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. Okay. So in 2000 year, first time this act was introduced. Okay, by Mr. Yashwant Sinha. In 2000, this act was passed. And in 2004, it became active. This act became active. So in 2001, in 2000 only, we have introduced this first time in Parliament. In 2003, we have got this act passed, and 2004 this act became. Okay. Very good. So right answer will be the option. And Supriya ma'am have given the right name of the committee as well. That's the N.K. Singh committee. The committee's name is what? N.K. Singh committee. So N.K. Singh committee actually given the recommendation of the FRBM Act 2. Okay. So right answer will be D option. That none of them is the right answer. None of them is the right definition and right name of the committee. Right name will be N.K. Singh. So do remember, FRBM Act was introduced. The target, if we talk about the target of FRBM Act, it target that we have to eliminate the revenue deficit. It means revenue deficit should be 0, and we have to achieve the fiscal deficit at 3%. That was the target of FRBM Act, but we have not yet achieved this target, and the target also have been changed. So the FRBM Act have got recommendation from the N.K. Singh committee, and this N.K. Singh committee said that the government can only take maximum loan that is up to 60% of their GDP. So whatever the GDP of the country, up to 60% loan can be taken for any purpose. Out of that, 40% will be given limit to the government, 20% limit have been given to the state government, and you have to achieve by 2023. So this target have been given but not achieved yet. Is audio okay now? Is it okay now? Apart from that, also the NK Singh committee says that the debt to GDP ratio have to be achieved till the 2023. Like we have taken the target to reduce the fiscal deficit and revenue deficit. This also have to be achieved by 2023. This have been said by the which committee? This have been said by the NK Singh committee. Please write all okay if you are not facing the audio issue. So Mr. N.K. Singh was the chairman of 15th Finance Commission, to remember that as well. And also N.K. Singh committee said that government cannot borrow fund from RBI except in the certain three conditions. The first is center has to meet a temporary shortfall in receipt. Second, the RBI subscribes to government securities to finance any deviation from the specified targets. Third, RBI purchased government security from the secondary market. So it has been said that RBI cannot borrow the fund from government of India cannot borrow the fund from RBI except the condition if there is a temporary mismatch in the expenditure and revenue of government of India. If expenditure is more than the revenue, in that case government can borrow money from RBI. Second condition, RBI can subscribe to the government or government security to finance any kind of deviation in the targets. Like if government is not able to achieve any target, then RBI can do what? RBI can subscribe the government security. And third, RBI can purchase the government security from the secondary market. Secondary market means from someone else, RBI can purchase the government security. All okay it is? Chalo, done. Next question we have Securities Transaction Tax, that is STT, Securities Transaction Tax. We have practiced so many times. So first is saying which of the following statement is are correct about the Securities Transaction Tax. First is saying it is stand for Securities Transaction Tax. Second is saying it is being levied on all transactions done on the stock exchange at the rate prescribed by the central government from time to time. Third is saying it came into effect from 1st October 2004. Third, it ordered to reduce the transaction cost in the capital market. The STT was reduced to 0.1% on the cash delivery transaction in the annual budget 2015. So you have to answer about the Securities Transaction Tax. Which of the following statement is are correct? A, B, C or D? Okay, everybody is saying D, all except fourth. So what is wrong with the fourth statement? First is correct, second is correct, third is also correct, but the fourth is incorrect. And what is wrong? It should be 2013-14. It should be what? It should be 2013-14. So right answer will be your D. All except 4 is the correct statement about your Securities Transaction Tax. Very good. The right answer will be your D option, Securities Transaction Tax. You can see Securities Transaction Tax is simply a tax being levied on all the transaction which we are doing on the stock exchange at a rate which will be prescribed by the central government. And it was actually introduced from 1st October 2004 in the budget 2013-14 on the cash delivery transaction. Government reduced STT on 0.01%. Okay, do remember all these information. Now, according to Angus Madison database, was what percentage of global GDP did India and China contribute in 1008? So when we used to study the module A, I used to tell you that whatever data have been given by Angus Madison, we have to remember each and every data. So one of the data he have given is about India and China's contribution to the world. So India and China used to contribute half of the GDP of the world, and it increased to 52% as well, right? But here we are talking about in the year 1000 AD, what was the contribution of India and China? It was 30%, 50.5%, 70%, or 40%. Very good. So it is 50.5% India's and China's contribution together. With the time, the China's contribution was 29% and India's contribution 23% by 1608. Okay. And if we talk about India's and China's contribution, after a while, China's share started declining in the global contribution. India's shares started increasing. So right option will be your B option. Okay, right option will be your B option. Now you can see here, according to Angus Madison database, India and China contributed 50.5% of your global GDP in 1000 AD. Then by 1600 AD, we have seen India and China contributed 50% in the global GDP. Okay, so it means China's contribution was 29 and India's contribution. Then you can see the China's GDP share started declining and India's share started increasing. That was 24.4%. And if we talk about next, in 1820, India's contribution declined to 6.1%. And in 2021, IMF have given us the target that India's contribution in the global GDP was 7.3%. Okay. And the more important point we have to remember that India's rank in the GDP purchasing power parity is third. India ranked third in the purchasing power parity in the world after USA and China. And India is one of the fastest major growing economy in the world. But also remember, India is also a most unequal country. India is what? India is also a most unequal country. So all these points are important, right? All these points are important. First, in 1000 AD, India's and China's contribution was 50.5%. In 1600 AD, India and China's contribution was 52%. In 1820, India's share was 60.1%. In 2021, India's share was 7.3%. Then in the GDP purchasing power parity, India ranked third in the world. First was USA, second was China, and third was India. Apart from that, India is known as a world's fastest major growing economy. Also, India became the most unequal country because of wealth distribution inequality and income distribution inequality in our country. Okay, so do remember all these points. So right answer here was our B option, that is 50.5%. In the 1000 AD, we have faced the India's contribution in the India's and China's contribution to the global GDP. Okay, next question we have about the World Bank. So World Bank have classified the economies on the basis of the per capita income. Which of these classification is correct? Which of these classification is correct? A, B, C or D? So let me know which of the following categories are correct here. So when we talk about per capita income is actually average of national income we calculate. First time the per capita income was calculated by Dadabhai Naroji 1867-68, which was 20 rupees per person only. And he also calculated the national income for the first time, that was 340 crores only. So the World Bank divided the economies on the basis of per capita income in the 4 categories. How many categories are there? 4 categories are there. There is no 5 categories, no 3 categories, and no 2 categories. Total 4 categories are there. First is low income, second is lower middle, third is upper middle, and fourth is a higher income. And this classification is based on the per capita income limit. Okay, so right answer will be your B option. Very good. And India's rank or India's stage in this World Bank classification is lower middle income. India is what? India is a lower middle income country, because India's per capita income in 2019 was got $1,891, which is the part of a lower middle country. So India is a lower middle income country, okay, with the per capita income of $1,891. So right answer is B. You can see here, World Bank classifies the economy considering the per capita income. There are 4 categories, which is low income, lower middle income, upper middle income, and higher income. These are the 4 categories of economies that have been given by World Bank. And World Bank says that if any country wants to come under the lower middle income country, they have to have a per capita income between $996 to $3,895. And India's per capita income was your $1,891. That's why India became the lower middle income country in the category of World Bank. Okay, so you can see we have just seen that also, that India in case of purchasing power parity comes at the 3rd rank, but when it comes to the per capita income, India ranked very low. Okay, India ranked very low when it comes to your per capita income. Okay, in fact, former Prime Minister of our Dr. Manmohan Singh also said that India was the actually the brightest jewel for Britishers, but it was the poorest country in the world when the Britishers left. So it was bestest for Britishers, but not in comparison to the world economies. There was no position in economy to stand in context to per capita income. Okay, now next question. Identify the statement which is not true. So these are Macmillan questions. In between of our statement based questions, I have taken your Macmillan book questions also, so that we will be able to practice a small or very simple level questions as well. So identify the statement which is not true. First is saying merchant banks are regulated by RBI. Second is merchant banks are regulated by SEBI. Third is saying merchant banks mainly undertake fee-based services, and the merchant bank primarily assist in raising equity. First is A and B, 2 options are coming. Okay, very good. So merchant banks are not regulated by RBI, so right answer is A. It is not true. Merchant banks will always be regulated by SEBI, and these are the only type of banking which is regulated by SEBI. Okay, how many categories of merchant banks are there? How many categories of merchant banks are there? Second is, you guys are saying fourth. Very good. There are 4 categories. Category 1, 2, 3, 4. And for all types of category of merchant bank, the banks have to take the certificate of registration from the SEBI. Okay. Also remember, only the category 1 merchant banks are allowed to become or to participate as a issue manager. Which category of the following category of the merchant banks can handle the issue management? Okay, I've already answered the 3rd question. And very good, it is the category 1. Only category 1 type of merchant banks are there who can handle the issue management. No other category is allowed to do that. Now, what is the minimum capital requirement for a merchant bank? 10 crore, 5 crore, 50 lakh, 10 lakh. Fourth is your 10 crore, 5 crore, 50 crores, sorry, 50 lakhs or a 10 lakhs? Answer of fourth will be very good. It is B, that is 5 crores. Next, which of the following is not the responsibility of a monitoring agency? Also, let me know in what case we appoint the monitoring agency. Do read it, read the fifth question. Let me know the answer. Also, let me know in what case we have to appoint the monitoring agency. Okay, right. So first is saying make a arrangement to ensure monitoring of issue proceed. Keep a track on expenditure incurred from amount collected. Reason for delay in implementation to be reported to RBI. To ensure the government statutory approval related to the project as disclosed in the offer document being compiled with. The right answer is C option. You do not have to report to RBI. It should be reported to SEBI only. And the monitoring agencies have to be appointed when the public issue or the shares the company is issuing for the public, it exceeds 500 crores. Very good. It's not like the companies whose public issue is less than 500 crore, they cannot appoint the monitoring agency. They can, but it became mandatory for those whose public issue exceeds 500 crore. Very good. Now, the low per capita income is mainly attributed to which of the following? The low per capita income is actually attributed to which of the following? High level of poverty, unemployment, illiteracy. Low level of poverty, unemployment, illiteracy. High level of poverty, unemployment, literacy. High level of poverty, employment, illiteracy. So what do you think, which of the following is correct? Okay. A option everyone is saying. Very good. If there is a low per capita income, it means people do not have a job. It means people are poor. Why they are poor? Because they do not have a job. That's why they do not have what? They do not have a per capita income. So when person do not have a job, their per capita income will be less. They will be poor obviously. And if they do not have a money, the literacy rate will also be what? Reducing. It means the illiteracy will increase. So all these things will happen when the per capita income is low. And with this, what further impact will be there on the economy? The demand of goods and services less. Okay, because the demand is less, we will stop producing goods. Then the GDP will decrease. The economic growth will also decrease. So these kind of situation will also be seen if we have a low per capita income. If people do not have a job, they won't be demanding goods and services. And if people are not demanding goods and services, we won't be producing extra goods and services, which will increase more unemployment situation in the country, right? So right, very good. Right answer is A. High level of poverty, unemployment and illiteracy will be. You can see the low per capita income mainly attributed to high level of poverty, unemployment, illiteracy. Okay. So India was a backward nation at the time of independence. The Britishers exploited India in all the ways. Like they exploited raw material, they exploited labor, our capital. Only unilateral transfers used to happen from India to Britain. Unilateral means one-sided transfers. All the material, all the money, everything used to go from India to UK or Britain. We can say nothing have been return in materialistic form, in commercialization form or in monetary form. None of them kind of return have been seen from Britain to, okay. So unilateral transfers were there. So at the time of independence, the major challenge was in front of government. Like now, who will rule us? Like who will tell us what should be done? So then the planning commission have been introduced and the 5-year planning came in the year. Acha, how many plans have been formed by the planning commission? Let me. How many plans formed by the planning commission? Next we have globalization is defined as a rise in dash among nations, as a economic integration, political integration, spiritual integration, wealth integration. Total 12 plan was there. Very good. Not 13, Sarath sir, it is 12. Okay, total 12 5-year plans was introduced by planning commission. Okay, done. Now let me know the answer of this question. Globalization is defined as a rise in dash among nations. The economic integration, political, spiritual, cultural. Very good. Globalization is economic integration, है ना? In the globalization, what we are doing? We are promoting your cross-border transaction of goods and services, which is the economic integration. Now, which organization popularized the globalization concept in mid-1980s? UB, OECD, IMF or ECB? Third is C, not IMF, actually it is OECD. In 1980s, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development actually popularized the term your globalization. Not IMF, OECD have done that. Okay. Which among the following is not a benefit of globalization? Which of the following will not be seen as the advantage from the globalization? Technology transfer, job creation, political stability, economic development. So very good. The right answer is C. Political stability is not possible with the globalization. Which among the following is not a protectionism measure? Not a protectionism measure. Increased tariff, increased quota, normal tariff, increased account convertibility, capital account convertibility. So very good. The right answer is your D. This is not a part of your protectionism measure. The protectionism we have just seen to reduce the disadvantages of globalization. The protectionism measures have been taken by the government. Okay, so right answer will be your D. Very good. Next. Which of the following are correct about the Make in India project? Which statement is correct about Make in India project? So in Make in India, Government of India actually wanted what? To make India a manufacturing hub. The main objective behind introducing is that we wanted India to become manufacturing hub. Like why we wanted that India became manufacturing hub? Because becoming a manufacturing hub means producing more goods and services in the country. If the production increases, the GDP of your country increases. If the GDP increases, your economic growth will also increase. If you are producing more goods and services, you need more labor, so you will create the employment opportunities in the country, because of which your per capita income will increase, your national income will also increase. Okay. Because people have money, the literacy rate of the country will become better, the living standard of people will become high, right? Apart from that, you can see if we are having a income and literacy and everything, the infrastructure development of a country will also happen. So overall economic development will be seen because of your manufacturing. Now, so this all are related to each other. All the economic conditions will be seen, it related to Now let me know which of the following are correct. And everyone is saying B option. Very good. Reason, because it was September 2014, so you can directly say that the first statement is wrong. The way to remember it, I guess everybody knows when Mr. Modi became first time Prime Minister of the country. That was the year 2014, and the same year we have introduced the Make in India. Okay. Second is saying Make in India was created in response to a crisis circumstances with the objective of turning India into a global design and manufacturing hub. We wanted India to become competitive at the global market. We wanted India to become a manufacturing hub. So the Make in India project is built on 4 pillars. That's also true, and established to boost entrepreneurs in India, not just manufacturing but also in other sectors. So new processes, new infrastructure, new sector, new mindset are the 4 pillars. So second, third and fourth is correct. The first statement was the only wrong statement. So your right answer will be B option. Okay, right answer is your B option. You can see all the details are given here. Introduced in September 14, nation building initiative it was. We wanted to have made the India global design and manufacturing. It was introduced with the 4 pillars to boost entrepreneurship in the country. The 4 pillars are new processes, new infrastructure, new segment, new mindset. Do remember all of them. Apart from that, one target was there that Make in India action plan aims to increase the manufacturing sector's contribution to the GDP. What percent? To 25%, and it was the target for the 2020-22. Okay, this was the target that is taken in the 2020-22 year. It was launched in 2014, Ravi sir. It is mentioned also here. The Prime Minister actually introduced the Make in India program in September 2014. Okay, that's why the second, third and fourth statement is right here, but not the first one. Okay. Now, the maximum period for notice money is, also let me know the duration of call money and term money. The duration of call money, the duration of term money, as well as the maximum period for notice money. No, it was not achieved. Very good. The notice money time is 2 to 14 days. Okay, so right answer is C. Very good. And what's the duration of your call money and term money? Call money is very good, overnight, or you can say 1 day, 24 hours, and term money is 50 to 364 days. Or in major questions, it will be written as a exceeds 14 days and up to 1 year. Such kind of things will also be written in the term money. Second, who is the issuing authority of treasury bills? Who issue the treasury bills? The All India financial institutions, the central government, the state government, or the corporate? Who issue the treasury bills? Yes, term money is 15 to 364 days. Okay, central government. Treasury bills are issued by central government. And what are the types of treasury bills? There are 3 types of treasury bills. Let me know the name of the types. Next we have, what is the minimum net worth required for corporate to issue certificate of deposit? If any corporate wants to issue certificate of deposit, what minimum net worth they have to have? Is it 1 crore, 4 crore, 5 crore? There is no minimum net worth requirement. Very good. It is 91 days T-bills, 182 days T-bills, and 364 days. These are the three types of your treasury bills: 91 days, 182 days, and 364 days. Correct. Now, the answer is your D. There is no minimum net worth required. Certificate of deposits are issued by banks and financial institutions. Okay, so banks and financial institutions can issue the certificate of deposit. They are secured and negotiable money market instrument issued in the form of promissory note. Okay, so no such kind of limit for them is there. What is the maximum tenure for LTRO? That is a long-term repo operation. So long-term repo operation introduced by Reserve Bank of India in February 2020 at the time of lockdown, and it was introduced by RBI because RBI wanted that the productive sector of the country will have a proper liquidity. The productive sector of the country was not having a proper liquidity, so RBI wanted that the properly liquidity will be available with the productive sector of our country. That's why it was introduced. So 1 year to 3 years it was the duration. So maximum tenure was 3. Very good. Now, which of the following factors are correct related to nature and characteristics of Indian economy? In place of Indian economy, they can also ask which of the following factors are correct related to the nature and characteristics of developing country, because India is what? India is a developing country. So they can write developing economy or a country. Now you have to answer which of the following factor is correct. First is saying high per capita real income. Second is saying low per capita real income. Third is saying balanced economic sector. Fourth is saying stable population growth. Fifth is saying rising unemployment. A, B, C or D? Which of the following is the factors or characteristics? Okay, so we have made the question correct, but we have to add a certain thing incorrect. Like as per the options, you have to answer the incorrect related to the nature and characteristics of Indian economy. The incorrect one. Okay, let me know the incorrect one. Only two, and second and fifth. So see, high per capita real income, if we talk about, is there is a high per capita real income in the country. We have seen just that India is what? India is having a lowest per capita income. In context to per capita income, India's rank is very low. So high per capita real income is wrong. It's not correct. Low per capita real income is correct here, है ना? Balanced economic sector. अच्छा, 1 second. The balanced economic sector, no, we do not have a balanced economic sector. We have a disbalance. Here it should be low and it's a disbalanced economic sector. Stable population growth, we do not have a stable population growth. Rising unemployment, that's true. Unemployment is continuously rising. So second and fifth statement is correct. So we can write option number E. Sorry. Acha. No such option is given. So we can write first, third and fourth is wrong. Okay, so I will write here only second and fifth. Okay, they are true. So I have added the option here. The only second and fifth is true statement, or they are correct in context to the nature and characters. The first is wrong because it should be low per capita real income. The third is wrong because we do not have a balanced economic growth. We are having a disbalanced economic. We are properly, excessively dependent on the agriculture sector. Not all economic sectors are growing balanced. Stable population growth is not there, rapid population growth is there. So second and fifth is the only correct characteristics here. Okay, now you can see the number of factors which influence the nature and characteristics of the Indian economy. First is saying the low per capita real income. Second, you can see rapid population growth is there. Third, you can see high rate of unemployment, underemployment, disguised unemployment is there. Fourth, we have excess reliance on primary sector. We are more dependent on primary sector, or I can say the agriculture sector. Then a vicious cycle of poverty is there, also rising unemployment. Okay, so these are the certain nature and characteristics of Indian economy that have been given here. Do remember these nature and characteristic of Indian economy, very important. Now, disguised unemployment means the unemployment where the surplus manpowers are there. Like in a company, the surplus manpower have been appointed and their productivity is zero. Only one or two people are having a productivity, rest are having a zero productivity because they are the surplus manpower. The company needed 10 employee, but company hired 20 employed. So the next 10 employees are what? They are surplus manpower. They are the disguised unemployment. Okay, next. Contribution of which sector is maximum to the Indian economy? Contribution to which sector is maximum to the Indian economy? The primary, secondary or tertiary? Let me know the primary, secondary or tertiary. Obviously the tertiary. The maximum contribution is from the side of tertiary sector. Next. In terms of GDP purchasing power parity, India is ranked dash in the world. What is the rank of India? Second is B, very good. India's rank is third. The first is USA and the second is China. As per Angus Madison database, India's share to global GDP was dash in 1600 AD. What was India's share in global GDP in 1600 AD? Very good. Third is C, 20%. In 1947, it remained only 3%. As per World Bank classification, Indian economy is a dash economy. Very good. It's a lower middle income economy. Chalo, next. As per work of Cambridge economist Angus Madison, India's share of global income was dash in 1600 AD, but by the British left in 1947, it shrunk to only dash. Now do remember the both data regarding your global income and global GDP. Both are important. Okay. So when 1900 it was 23% and when they left it remained only 3%. So right answer will was A option. and the C option is talking about in case of global trade. This will be the answer in case if the question asks what was the India's share of global trade in 1600, it was 33%, and in the 1947 the India shares in the global trade left only 3%. So do remember the both in case of global income or GDP and your global trade. Okay, the third option is talking about a global trade. Sorry, both are written here in 1600 AD. Global income was 23, 1947 shrunk to only 3. Then we have a 33% of global trade in 1600, but it less than 3% in 1947. Okay, this is important. And you can see according to Prime Minister, this I was telling you that Dr. Manmohan Singh said that in 20th century, India was the brightest jewel for British crown, but the poorest country in the world in terms of what? In terms of per capita income. In terms of purchasing power parity, India comes at the third rank, but in context to per capita income, India is at a very low rank. Okay, do remember this. Which of the following is not a reason for interconnectedness of financial market? Not a reason for interconnectedness of financial market. Mobility of capital, profitability parameter, technological development, harmonization of prudential regulation. A, B, C or D? Sorry. Which of the following is not a reason for interconnectedness? Okay. The right answer we have is a B. Profitability parameter is not a reason because of which we want a interconnected. Second, which of the following is not one of the different level of integration of financial market? So there are 3 level of integration of financial market. Which of the following is not one of them? The domestic integration, vertical integration, regional integration, national integration. Vertical is not there. Domestic, regional and international are correct. Okay. How many countries are member of Asian Clearing Union? How many countries are member of ACU? There are 9 countries who are member. How many countries are member? 9 countries are member. Next, which of the following is the opposite of a floating exchange rate? So it means it's keep changing as per the market forces. They are the demand and supply. So whatever the demand of your home currency in international market in comparison to other currency, it will be taken as a market forces changes. That's a floating rate. And the opposite to it will be option number A, that's a packed exchange rate resign. Very good. And the last one is asking about which of the following markets have inverse interconnectedness? Which of the following market have inverse interconnectedness? E, C or D? Very good. Everyone is answering all the questions right. Very good. So the right answer actually here is forex and the capital market. They are what? They are having a inverse, or we can say a opposite interconnect. The right answer is B. Very good. Okay, next question. match the following. So one-sided we have given as a sectors of Indian economy, and the second side we have a subsectors. So you have to match which sector is a part of which subsector. First is saying primary sector, second is agriculture sector, and third is you have a tertiary sector. So match the subsectors. Quaternary and quinary is a subsector of what? Agriculture, forestry, fishing is a subsector of what? Then mining, quarrying, manufacturing, construction, power, gas, water supply, and other utility services. So you have to match them. A, B, C, or D. So obviously, if you are seeing agriculture, forestry, fishing, it's a part of primary. So first is B. If the first is B, we can eliminate the two options, that is A and D can be directly eliminated. Then we have here quaternary and quinary, they are the part of your tertiary sector. Okay, so third is A, and when the third is A, we can eliminate the C option also. So right answer is your B. Okay, right answer will be your B option. That primary sector have a agriculture, forestry, and fishing as a component, as a subsector. Agriculture have a mining, quarrying. Agriculture have 4 subsector. The first one is your mining and quarrying, second is your manufacturing, third is your construction, and the fourth is your power, gas, water supply, and other utility services. These are the 4 subsectors of your secondary sector. It should be a secondary sector. It's a secondary sector. So second is C. Clear? And the tertiary sector have 2 types, quaternary and quinary. So what is the other name of quaternary sector and the quinary sector? What are the other name of them? Like quaternary sector is also known as what? So whenever we talk about that, we are checking the intellectuality of the human resource of a country, that comes under the quaternary sector. Now, like when we talk about the intellectuality related to human resource, that's part of a quaternary sector. In the quinary sector, they are very in number, they are very small number of people in the quinary sector, but they are the brains behind ideas. So they are the decision makers. So quaternary sector is also known as your knowledge sector. It's also known as your knowledge sector. Quinary sector is what? Brain behind ideas. So they are actually the decision makers. In the country, in the company, they are the decision. Okay. Which of the following are the main objective of FRBM Act? FRBM we have discussed Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. Okay, it is Fiscal Responsibility Budget Management Act, introduced in the year 2000. Introduced in which year? It was introduced in the year 2003. Which of the following are the main objective of FRBM? Brains behind the decision. Very good, correct. Okay. First is saying to achieve long-term macroeconomic stability while generating budget surpluses. Second, to introduce the prudential debt management. Third, to introduce transparent fiscal management system in the country. Fourth is saying to remove fiscal impedance and providing a medium-term framework for budgetary implementation. Which of the following is the main objective of FRBM Act? And I am seeing everyone is saying D. Very good. All of the above are the objective of our FRBM Act. So right answer is D. That is Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. You can see, to achieve a long-term macroeconomic stability while generating budget surpluses, to introduce your prudential debt management, to introduce transparent fiscal management system in the country, to remove fiscal impedance and providing a medium-term framework for the budgetary implementation. All of these are what? They are the objective of your FRBM. That's a fiscal responsibility and budget management. Okay, very good. Which of the following are the characteristics is commonly associated with the sunrise sector of the country? So which of the following characteristics is commonly associated with your sunrise sector? First is saying low innovation and stagnation. Second is saying strong growth rates and innovation. Third is saying limited public awareness. Fourth is saying saturated market conditions. So which of the following you think is commonly associated with the sunrise sector? The characteristics. Is it a low innovation and stagnation market? Is it a strong growth rate and innovation market? Is it a limited public awareness market? Or it's a saturated market condition? So sunrise sector is a kind of sector which is still in fancy, but have potential to grow. Okay, so right answer will be B. Very good. Sunrise sector are characterized by the strong growth rate, a high degree of innovation, reflecting their potential to attract the investments and create a new job opportunities. So all these are what? All these are the characteristics of your sunrise sector. So right answer will be your B option. Very good. So you can see sunrise sector is one that is still in infancy but have a potential for a significant growth. The sector is often characterized by a strong growth rate, high degree of innovation, high level of public awareness, with investors attracted to its long-term growth prospectus. These are the characteristics of your sunrise sector. So existing Indian industry that may be categorized as your sunrise sector are what? It can be your green energy, fintech, information technology, electronics, pharmaceutical, automobile, healthcare, your infrastructure sector, your retail sector, processing plants, and other emerging sectors of the Indian economy. They will be counted as a sunrise sector because they are still in infancy, but they have a potential to grow in the future. Okay, so they can be example of your sunrise sector. The first insurance company established in India was what? LIC, Oriental Life Insurance Company, Bombay Mutual, National Insurance Company. Okay, very good. Right answer is B. What is the extent up to which FDI is presently permitted in insurance sector? Second is C. Achha, if I talk about what is the FDI limit in insurance intermediaries, so what will be your answer? In case of your insurance intermediaries, what is the FDI limit? Very good, it is 100%. The percentage of insurance premium received to GDP is known as, the percentage of insurance premium received to GDP is known as, it is your penetration, A option. Okay, we have remembered this penetration and density, insurance penetration and insurance density on the basis of population. Like density of population we calculate in the census. Whenever we are calculating the population in the census, we have a particular calculation that says as a density of population, and when it comes to the density we are talking about, it will be in the percentage of population. So the ratio of insurance premium to the population is known as what? It is known as density. So fourth is your C. Okay. What is the minimum capital that is required to establish the life insurance company? To establish a life insurance company, what is the minimum capital required? Is it 10 crore? Is it 50 crores? Is it 100 crore? Or is it 200 crores? A, B, C or D? With this also let me know minimum capital required first for public sector bank, second for private sector bank, third for universal bank, for a small finance bank, and fifth for the payment bank. For all these categories also let me know what is the minimum capital requirement. Okay, apart from the life insurance company, do let me know for them as well. Okay, for insurance companies it is 100 crore, है For insurance companies it is what? It is 100 crore. For public sector bank, private sector bank, universal bank, as well as if we have a foreign bank, they all have a same requirement of 500 crore. A small finance bank have 200 crore and the payment bank have requirement of 100 crore. Okay, so these are the minimum capital required for different types of banks we have. Okay, then let's continue. Which of the following statement is are correct? We have a statement 1, statement 2. Out of these two statements, which statement you think is a correct statement? So these two statements are about your organized sector and unorganized sector. They are about what? They are about the organized and unorganized sector. Both are correct. First is saying organized sector is the one in which the job terms are fixed and regular. Employees are guaranteed work. The organized sector comprise your manufacturing enterprise, business, school, hospital, unit, registered government. The first one is correct. Unorganized sector on the other hand is the one in which employment terms are not defined and regular. Enterprises are not registered with the government. The construction worker, domestic workers, street workers, those operating in tiny workshops, they are unaffiliated with the government, are the part of your unorganized sector. That's true. So both the statements are true. Very good. Right answer will be C. Both the statements are correct. So organized sectors, workers or organized sectors are those where all the job terms and job terms are pre-decided and they are fixed, they are regular, you are getting a job security. Lot of government of India's benefits will be given to us. Apart from that, it works under the government regulation or government act, but all of these will not be there in the unorganized sector, right? So you can see the difference. In organized sector, where the employment terms are fixed and regular and the person get assured work. That's a organized. Unorganized, by small and scattered units are there which is not registered with the government. They do not have a fixed job terms and a regular job terms in the unorganized sector. The organized sector governed by various acts of the government of India. It can be Factories Act, Bonus Act, PF Act, etc. But the unorganized sector not governed by any act of government. Organized sector is a strictly following the government rules, but unorganized sector do not strictly follow the government. Remuneration, regular monthly salary will be given to the employees of organized sector, but here daily wages will be given. Okay. Apart from that, job security, yes, in case of organized sector we have a job security. In case of unorganized sector we do not have a job security. You can be asked not to come from tomorrow as well. Okay, this kind of thing can be there. In the organized sector, working hours are fixed. In unorganized sector, working hours are not fixed. Then if we talk about salaries of worker, it is prescribed by the government and as per the government standards, the same salary structure will be provided. Here in unorganized sector, salary will be less than what have been prescribed by the government under the organized sector. Less than that salary will be there. Provident fund contribution from the employer will be there in the organized sector but not in the unorganized. If we talk about increment once in a while, like you know, in 1 year minimum of 10% increment, actually every company gives this kind of increment, but in unorganized sector rarely. It do not have a fixed time period and rarely, might happen or might not happen, both situations are there. Then we get also add-on benefit like medical facility, leave, travel compensation. All of these are like leave with pay option is also available in the benefits, but all of these are not available in the unorganized. Examples you can see: the government employees, registered industrial worker, you and me, we comes as a organized sector workers because our holidays are fixed. In 1 year you get 18 holidays, for example. Your job terms are fixed, your job terms are regular, your job is secured, you are getting a regular monthly salary. Once in a while you get an increment in your salary. So we all are the part of organized. Unorganized sector, your shopkeep, your farming, your domestic worker, your house help, they all are what? They all are the unorganized sector example. Okay, they all are what? They all are the unorganized sectors worker. Next. Which of the following are the objectives of your economic planning in India? Why it's important to have a economic planning in India? So which of the following statement are the objective of your economic planning in India? First, economic growth. Second, poverty alleviation. Third, disguised unemployment. Fourth, social justice and increasing the inequality. Fifth, self-reliant economy. Sixth, modernization of the economy. So which of the following statement is our objective of economic planning? Objective of economic planning in India. A, B, C or D? Do read it very carefully. Read it very carefully and then answer. It's not all. Read it very carefully, each and every option, then answer. It's not all. Now I am getting right answer, that is C. It's not na, you do not doing economic planning for the disguised unemployment. You want a surplus manpower who do not have productivity, who have zero productivity? Obviously no. Right, if we talk about the next, social justice, increasing inequalities, no, we have to decrease in inequalities. Right, so right answer will be first, second, fifth and sixth. Okay, first, second, fifth and sixth. Third and fourth is wrong. So right answer will be your C option. And a right answer will be C. B. Make sure you read the question and option very carefully. A minor change might be seen, might be done in the option that make your answer wrong or right. So do read all the statement very carefully and all the options very carefully. So right answer you have is a C. Okay, now you can see objective of economic planning in India: economic growth, poverty alleviation, employment generation, social justice, and reducing inequalities, right? And you can see employment generation have to be done. You do not have to promote disguised unemployment. No, employment generation should be done. Self-reliant economy, modernization of the economy. These are the objectives of economic planning, right? These are what? These are the objective of your economic plan. Acha, this we have done. Match the following. Next question we have match the following. Do use the elimination method here. One side we have got the terms, on the other side we have got the definition. So notice money A3 introduced in 1989 and tri-party agent. Which of the following is the right match? Okay. B, everyone is saying. So notice money we know 2 to 14 days. So first is C. You can eliminate the option number A. Then tri-party agent is what? The party which is available in the tri-party repo transaction. So fourth is your B. So we can eliminate the C option. Okay. Certificate of deposit was first introduced in 1999. So right, third is your A. It means right answer will be B. And because the commercial papers are what? They are unsecured. And why they are unsecured? Because they are issued by the companies. The corporates are issuing commercial paper. That's why they are unsecured. And because they are unsecured, it has been said those companies who have a credit rating of A3 or plus, they are allowed to issue the commercial paper. So that's why the rating A3 given in the commercial papers combination. The second is your D. Okay. Acha, what is the minimum amount of commercial paper that can be issued? Let me know. Minimum amount of commercial paper that can be issued. Five lakh. Yogi sir is saying 5 lakh. Very good. 5 lakh and thereafter multiple of 5 lakh. That's what the amount of commercial paper as well as certificate of deposit can be. Okay, next. What will be the correct nomenclature of a central government security issued in 2018 for 10 years with coupon of 7.85 per annum? So how we will write uh, the particular nomenclature of a security which is issued by the central government for the period of 10 years at the rate of interest of 7.85 per. So the maturity date we have to write, है ना? And if it is maturity date, it cannot be A because it is saying 2008. It cannot be C because it is also saying 2018. We are issued in 2018. It is going to be mature in 2028. So it should be written 2020. So first we represent the interest rate, second who issued it, and the third we have to define the maturity. So right answer is B. Very good. In which type of auction is the phenomena of winner's curse observed? In multiple price auction, in Dutch auction, in uniform price auction, or in English auction? A, B, C, or D? Second is your, it is a multiple price auction. What? It's a multiple price auction. So right answer is A. Which of the following bond theorem is not correct? So we have 4 bond theorems. How many bond theorems are there? 4. So which of the following is not correct? You have to answer. A, B, C, or D? Read it carefully and then answer. Which of the following bond theorem is not correct? The second statement, the winner's curse observed, means it means act as per the multiple people or the various number of people who participate in the auction, the certain one person will get that particular auction's value, and that depends on multiple price auction. When we are having a multiple price auction, only one person who will be there who get the best return or who get the best price auction. So that's why it's known as a winner's curse auction. Okay, third is your C, everyone is saying. Chalo, let's see. First is saying the price of bond is inversely related to the change in interest rate. That's true. The increase in the price of bond when the interest rate goes down by certain percentage is greater than the decrease in the price when the interest rate goes up by the same percent. Second is also longer the term to maturity of a bond, lower will be the price sensitivity. Higher, because price sensitivity means the willingness of a person to participate or to purchase the security. If the maturity period is longer, the person will be less willing to buy it. It means the price sensitivity will be higher, not lower. Okay, next is saying when between two bond of the same maturity but different coupons, the bond with the lower coupon will experience more price sensitivity. That's true. So right answer is C option. Very good. So right answer is C option. Only 4 theorems have been given to us, and do remember for all the 4 theorems. Important. In which year primary dealers introduced and by whom? Also. In which year primary dealers was introduced and who introduced the primary dealer? Let me know the both option, both answer. Okay, fourth is C. Very good. In 1995, the primary dealers were introduced for the purpose of selling, purchasing of government securities. Hana, to expand the government security market, to make government securities more available in the market to be purchased or sold. And that's why the primary dealer were introduced by RBI. Very good. RBI introduced the primary dealer in 1995 to help itself in the government security selling. Next, which of the following securities are not eligible in the RBI retail direct scheme? Now answer. Which of the following securities are not eligible in the RBI's retail direct scheme? Treasury bills, central government security, corporate bonds, sovereign gold bonds. A, B, C, or D? Okay, fifth is C. Very good. The corporate bonds cannot be traded in the retail direct scheme. The treasuryable central government security, sovereign gold bond, and one more is their state development loan. All of these can be traded in your retail direct scheme, but not the corporate bonds. Okay, so right answer will be your C option. So retail direct scheme was actually introduced by RBI because RBI wanted that more and more individual person, the retail level investors will be linked with the government securities market. So that the more people are related to the government security market, the more money can be raised from the government security market. And it will be very helpful for the government. That's why the retail direct scheme was introduced to include each and every person in the government security market. So right answer is your C. Okay. Next, fill in the blanks. Next question we have, fill in the blanks. First is saying Indian economy falls under the category of dash income economy. Countries that have per capita income between $996 and $3,895 falls in the classification, and India as 2019 had a per capita income of dash. Indian economy in terms of purchasing power parity is the largest, dash largest economy in the world, but in terms of per capita income, India ranked very dash. So you have to answer which of the following is the correct option. A, B, C or D. Which of the following will be correct? Let me know. Okay. So Indian economy falls under the category of lower middle income that we have already discussed. So we can eliminate the two options. Then India's per capita income was 1,891. So C is also eliminated. Right answer is A. Very good. Done. Dash is known as a knowledge sector. This category includes activities such as teaching, research, development. The sector is by far the most important in assessing the strength of an economy's human resource. The intellectual aspect of the economy is represented by this sector. Then dash includes activities in which key choices are made. It includes the highest level of decision makers in governments, including their bureaucracy, and the private sector, private corporate sector. The number of people participating in this sector is the quite small, yet they are regarded by the brain behind an economy's socio-economic performance. So in the two statement, what particular type of sector we are talking about? The primary or secondary, the quaternary or quaternary, the tertiary or quaternary, the quaternary sector or a quaternary sector. Okay, so right answer will be your very good. The right answer will be your D. The first one is a quantity sector, which is also known as a knowledge sector. It checks the intellectual aspect of the human resource. That's correct. Second is brain behind the economy, or brain behind the idea, or you can say brain behind the economy, socio-economic performance. So right answer is your D option. Okay. So do remember these two are the subsector of your tertiary sector. two are what? These two are the subsectors of your tertiary sector. The quantity sector is knowledge sector. Category includes your teaching, research, development. Is far most important in assessing the strength of economy's human resource. Okay, it takes the intellectual aspect of the economy, है ना? It takes what? It actually takes the intellectuality of the human resource of the country. It includes what? Employees in office building, elementary schools, your university, classrooms, hospitals, physicians office, theaters, accountancy, brokerage business, they all are the workers, or they all are the persons who are the part of your quantity sector. Okay, next we have quantity sector include the kind of people who are part of a key choices will be made, in which it include your highest level of decision makers in the government or in the private corporate sector as well. It's not like only government departments have a decision makers. Every company have a decision maker. Okay, so you can see the number of people participating is there quite small, very, like, obviously if we talk about like in the banks, you all are performing certain rules, regulation, norms that have been given to you, but who are implementing those rules, regulation, norms, they are very large number of people. But the parties or the persons who have taken such decision, who have made such norms or regulation, they are very, like the board of directors are taking these making these rules, regulations, so they are, let's say, 10 or 20 or 30 people in the board of director, but this is followed by the 3,000 employees of a company. So that's why we are saying they are very quite a small brain behind the economy. This group includes your senior company executives, your government officials, your research scientists, your financial and legal advisors. They are the part of your quantity sector. Okay, now which of the following are the major characteristics of a recession? Major characteristic of a recession. A, B, C or D? Yeah, we'll take one break at 8 a.m. है ना? We will take one break at 8 a.m. Okay, so which of the following are the major characteristics of a recession? There is a general decline in demand as economic activity slow down. Inflation remains low, shows further signs of falling. It can be measured through an increase in employment. Industries resort to price cut to stay in business. So what do you think? Which of the following are the major characteristics? D option, first, second and fourth. Third is wrong. Okay. Is everyone is going with the C option? Sorry, D option. Okay, you can see the first is true. In case of recession, there is a general decline in demand. That's true. Inflation is declining and it is further is going to be declined. That's also true. If we talk about it can measure through an increase in employment, no. Employment will be in the case of recession, employment will be reducing. So the fourth is correct. First, second and fourth correct. Right answer is D. So what is recession? In the recession, first of all, the corporates earning decline. The corporates earning declines, because of which the unemployment increases. Because of which what happened? The unemployment increases in the economy, and which decreases actually the wages with the people. If people do not have money, their demand will definitely decrease, है ना? And if demand is less, the supply will be more, because demand and supply always have an inverse relation. So prices will be what? They will be declining, and it means inflation remains low, and further it is going to decline. Further it is going to decline means the prices will keep declining in. So this is all the cases which the economy. Because of recession, further you can see the production level decline, that decline your GDP of the country, that decline economic growth of the country. All of these will be seen in case of recession. So recession period is also defined as a crisis period. We can also call it as a crisis. It's one of the phase of your business cycle. It is one of the phase of your business cycle. So when the recession is there, you can call it a crisis as well. So right answer is D. Very good. You can see the major characteristics of recession: general decline in the demand as economic activity slow down, inflation remains low or shows further sign of falling, employment falls, unemployment rises, then industries resort to price cut. Acha, why industries are reducing prices? Why industries are doing price cut? How inflation, Naila ma'am, what happens now when the demand decreases and supply increase? It means what? Demand is less than the supply. So people are not demanding goods and services, but it is available in the markets. What happened? The shopkeeper started selling the product at a low prices. Let's say for example, it used to be of 200, the shopkeeper have to sell it 180 rupees, because people do not purchase that goods. There is no demand but supply is available. So shopkeepers, to earn certain, like he have a stock in his shop and he have to sell it out. So he is saying, what if I earn, let's 20 rupees per product, but I will be still capable of earning a certain amount of money on a product. So that's why they cut down their prices from 200 to 180, 150 to 120 to 100. So this declines the inflation. Prices are declining. It means that's a deflation. Clear? To remain in the business. Continue. To stay in the business, to remain in the business, what they are doing? They are cutting their prices of goods and services. To clear the stock. The main purpose was to stay in the business, because people are not demanding your goods and services. And in further, you are seeing it will keep declining the demand of your goods. So just to stay in the market, just to have a certain amount of funding, you sell the product at a lesser prices. Okay. Now, which of the following is correct regarding the differences between your GNP and G? Let me know. First is saying GNP refers to the total market value of all the final goods and services produced in a country during a given year, plus net factor income from abroad. GDP refers to the total market value of all the goods and services produced in a given year within the domestic territory of the country. Second, GNP at market price includes all indirect taxes, but GDP at market price does not include the same. And you have to answer the correct one. A option you guys are saying. Okay, very good. So if we talk about the GDP and GNP, GDP, if you remember when we have studied this chapter, I told you that domestic product, you have to remember the geographical boundary, and in national product you have to remember the citizen, and we have learned like that. Let's say if the production of goods and services produced by Indian or foreigner doesn't matter, but if it is produced within this geographical boundary, that's a domestic product. So in the GDP we highlighted the boundary, है in GNP we have said when the citizen of a country is producing in India or outside the country, that person will be taken as a GNP's calculation. So in the GNP we highlighted our citizen, like the person should be Indian, whether he's producing in India or abroad doesn't matter, but he have to be Indian. So this is what we have discussed, and that's what the first statement is saying. Second is wrong, because second is saying GDP market price won't include the indirect taxes, it will include the indirect tax. So that's why it's wrong. So right answer will be only one is correct. Very good everyone. Very good. I'm very happy with all of your performance in the class. So right answer is your A option. Okay. Do remember always when we talk about the GDP, the formula to calculate GDP used right now is expenditure method, that covers consumption plus investment plus government expenditure plus net exports. That's the expenditure method which help us in calculating the GDP. And when we calculate GNP from the GDP, simply we have to add the net factor income from abroad, the money that we have earned from the abroad, that also have to be added. So this is how the GDP and the GNP will be calculated. Now, which of the following best describe the primary objective of India's foreign trade policy, and how does it deviate from a protectionist approach? The question is asking primary objective of foreign trade policy. Also let me know for how many years of foreign trade policy will be formed, like one policy will run for how many years? First is saying the policy aim to encourage international trade and boost economic growth by promoting export and import. Second is saying the policy focus on restricting import to protect domestic industries, aligning with the protectionist approach. Third is saying the policy prioritize bilateral agreement to limit exposure to global market, reflecting a protectionist stance. Fourth is saying the policy is indifferent to international trade, following a neutral approach that neither promotes nor discourages from foreign transaction. Foreign trade policy will be made for the 5-year duration. Very good. And the right answer is A, also correct. Very good. So why we are making foreign trade policy? To encourage the international trade and to boost your economic growth by promoting export and import. Very good. Now, the following minimum eligibility criteria may apply to RBI for approval for undertaking primary dealership business, provided they fulfill which of the following criteria. So if any banks want to participate in the primary dealership business, then what criteria the bank should be following? The minimum net owned fund of 500 crore, the minimum CRAR of a 9%, the net NPA of less than 3%, and profit making record for the last 3. Option D, it means all. D and C is also there. Okay, actually the right answer is C. Both second and third is right, but the first one is not. Why? Because it is not 500 crore that is required, it is 1000 crore required. The minimum net owned fund should be 1000 crore. So the first one is wrong, second and third is correct. The right answer is your C option, both second and third. Okay, so see, primary dealership business for undertaking primary dealer business through a subsidiary. Do remember this also, this is very important. If a bank want to start a primary dealer business by a subsidiary, bank should be registered as an NBFC. With whom? With the RBI. Bank have to be registered with whom? With the RBI as an NBFC. The subsidiary of a bank have to be registered. Second, for undertaking primary dealer business departmentally, the bank still have to be required to be registered with RBI, but not as an NBFC. Okay, so primary dealer is an RBI registered entity that is authorized in buying, selling government securities. We have two types of primary dealer. First is a standalone and second is bank primary dealer. A standalone means when a subsidiary have been opened and it is only working as a primary dealer. Bank primary dealer means the department of a bank is working as a primary dealer. And these are the criteria. Minimum net owned fund should be 1000. Minimum CRAR will be should be 9%. The net NP of less than 3% and a profit making record from the last 3 years should be. And now how many years? It is 3 years. The profit making should be there in the bank. So these are the criteria have to be fulfilled if a bank want to take a RBI's approval. Okay, do remember that it's not 500 crore, it is 1000 crore. Okay, now the PDF of the session after the session ends, it will be available in your virtual library. The PDF will be available in what? In the virtual library in your October 2024 paper. It will be available in the virtual library, and the virtual library link have been given in the description. From there you can find the virtual library, but all of these, please do that after the session ends. Okay, then only you will get the PDF. Okay, now let's take a break and we will be meeting again after the break. Till then I will be putting a slide here regarding your committees. So in meanwhile time, you also take a break of 10 minutes, or we can say at 15 minutes we are taking a 15 minutes break. Okay, and in between you can read these committees also. These are the list of committees. So read these list of committees and we will be back within 15. So we will be starting the session at exact 8:50 AM again. So do make sure you will be back by 8:50. Okay, so see you all after 15. Let's start again. Is everybody back? Let me know. Should we start? Just give me a all okay, or do write a all okay, or just give me a thumbs up in the comment section so that we can continue. Also do share the session link once so that all the people can join us again. Is audio video okay? Should we start? All okay. Thank you so much for coming. Let's start. The first is saying, when was the chapter 3B added to RBI Act 1934? When this chapter have been added in the RBI Act 1934, that's the chapter number 3B. 1947, 1977, 1997 or 2001? In which year this chapter have been added? A, B, C or D? A, B, C or D? First is everybody saying C. Very good. In 1997, this chapter have been added in the RBI Act 1934, or we can say in the amendment of 1997, this chapter have been added. Okay. Second is, which of the following is the regulator for housing finance company? To whom we can call the regulator of housing finance company? RBI, SEBI, Ministry of Corporate Affairs or NHB? A, B, C or D? The housing finance companies are regulated by, very good, by RBI. So NHB used to be the wholly owned subsidiary of RBI, right? RBI have right now 5 wholly owned subsidiary. NHB used to be the wholly owned subsidiary of RBI. But in 2019, RBI have sold 100% share of NHB to the Government of India in 1450 crores. So after that, RBI itself regulating the housing finance companies. Okay, now a loan company is an NBFC as per which type of classification? The loan company, which type of classification NBFC? Is it a liability based, activity based, size based, or none of the above? In the liability base, there are 2 types of category of NBFC, which is NBFC D and NBFC ND. That is deposit taking NBFC, non-deposit taking NBFC, right? Then size based means the NBFCs which have a net own fund of 500 crore and above and less than that. These 2 categories are there. So the loan NBFC is the activity NBFC. Very good. What is the maximum period for which NBFC D can accept deposit? NBFC D stand for deposit taking NBFC. It means what? It means the deposit taking NBFC. So what is the maximum period? It is 12 months, 36 months, 60 months or 120 months? 12, 36, 60 or 120? Very good. It is. So if we talk about NBFCs, they have the same duration like we have in a foreign currency non-resident account. In the FCNRB account, we have this. So it is minimum for 12 months and maximum for 60 months. It means 5 years. This is minimum 12 months, or we can write 1 year to 5 year. Okay, 1 year and 5 year is the minimum and maximum duration for your deposit taking NBFC. Now, last one is saying, which of the following can be considered as a part of owned funds for an NBFC? Equity share, compulsory convertible preference share, balance in share, premium account, or all of the above? So remember the duration, minimum 12 months, or you can say 1 year, and maximum 60 months, or we can say 5 years. Okay. Now let me know which of the following can be considered as a part of your owned fund. A, B, or D? Everyone is going with the D option. Very good. All of the above. Right answer is all of the above. The equity share, the compulsory convertible preference share, your balance in share premium account, all of the above will be counted. Very good. During the time of direct British control from 1858 to 1947, the colonial government's official transfer of monies to UK were referred as dash. What we used to call this transfer of money? It was Hindu rate, it was deglobalization, it was private remittance, or it was none of the above. What was the term that have been given to the amount that used the official transfer of monies to UK? Also, let me know who have given us the term Hindu rate. This Hindu rate coined by whom? This term coined by whom? Okay. So everyone is saying D option it is, because it is known as home charges. Very good. It is known as what? It is known as the home charges. So right answer is D. And Professor Raj Krishna. Very good. This term have been coined by Professor Raj Krishna. Very good. So right answer here will be D option. Okay. So you can see during the time of direct British control from 1858 to 1947, the government official transfer of money to UK referred as a home charges. Okay. And apart from that, also remember that if we talk about the Britishers, they have done the unilateral transfers. Unilateral means one-sided transfer. So dividend to East India Company shareholder, your interest on loan raised by Government of India in England, expenditure on British Army station in India, bringing them to India, the pension, the annuity, etc. of your retired British officers, your payment of guaranteed interest to railway company, your salaries of the Secretary of State for India and his staff were all included in the home charge. They were all what? They were all the home charges in which money used to transfer from India to UK. And according to Dadabhai Naoroji, he was the first Indian born who became a elected member of British Parliament. And so as per his calculation, India paid Britain around 10 crore pound in house cost between 1829 to 1860. And it was actually increasing. The residential levies were around 40 to 50 million pound level each year we used to pay to the Britishers. So this was the actual reason because of India actually exploited in terms of the money available. Okay, next we have here about the Niti Aayog. In December 2018, Niti Aayog published its comprehensive national strategy for New India, including clear objective for 2020 to 23. So it is a full exposition spanning dash critical areas and that recognizes previous accomplishment, identifies the binding restriction, and recommend a path ahead to achieve the explicitly defined objectives. During the document's creation, nearly dash stakeholder from the government's central, state and district level as well as over dash external specialists were contracted. The document's 41 chapters are divided into 4 sections. Those sections are your drivers, your infrastructure, your inclusion and your governance. So you have to fill in the blanks. Also, let me know Niti Aayog replaced which planning body of India? Niti Aayog replaced which planning body of India? Very good. Planning Commission. Niti Aayog replaced the Planning Commission. So the answer will be it was actually having a 41 critical areas. How many critical areas were there? 41 critical areas. And if we talk about how many shareholders were there from the government, central government, state government, etc., was 800. And if we talk about the external specialists that we have called, it was 500. Over the 550, it means right answer will be okay. Right answer will be Acha, also let me know the planning of Niti Aayog. Like the planning commission used to make the 5-year plan, it have made total 12 5-year plans. Is the same strategy Niti Aayog is following right now? Yes or no? Let me know. The same strategy Niti Aayog is following or not? Now you can see here, in 2018, Niti Aayog have published a comprehensive national strategy for New India, and 41 critical areas are there. 800 stakeholders were from the government's department and all. 550 or more than that external specialists have been called. They all have been called. Their views have been taken. After that, the Niti Aayog have wrote 41 chapters, included 4 sections. These sections are very important. Do remember that. Drivers, infrastructure, inclusion and governance. On the basis of these 4 sections, the proper strategy for New India at the rate 75 was given by Niti. Okay. So Niti Aayog is actually not doing the 5-year planning. Very good, Samay Kumar sir. Niti Aayog actually have given us the 15 years vision document. 15 years vision document. 2030 was given by the Niti Aayog. To achieve this vision, Niti Aayog is doing national 7 years national development agenda, in which the Niti Aayog actually gives us the 7 years schemes, strategies, planning, programs will be created. And then we have a 3 years action plan. This 3 years action plan actually evaluate the 7 years national development agenda in every. So what used to happen in the planning commission, we started the first 5-year plan, and in the end, in 1956, we have checked that it is working or not, and in the 1956 went and we have given the data that this plan was successful or this plan was unsuccessful. But in between that, no monitoring was there, no controlling was there, and no changes, no novel changes used to be there in the planning commission. Every time we used to start the 5-year plan, and in the last year of the 5-year, or I can say the 5th year, we used to review the plan, and we used to give that this was a successful, this was a unsuccessful, on the basis of target growth rate and achieved growth rate. Okay, so when we used to introduce any 5-year plan, we used to give the target growth rate. Like let's say the target growth rate is 7.5%. And when the 5th year comes, we used to provide the achieved growth rate, that is, let's say 6%. It means plan was failed. So out of 12, the 7 plans were totally failed of the planning commission. So this will not repeat. That's why Aayog have taken a 15 years vision document, that in the next 15 years, this is where we have to reach. Then the 7 years national development agenda was introduced, which it have been said that we will be achieving the 15 years vision by making 7 years plans, programs, strategies, scheme, etc. And is it working or not? That case, what we have done, we actually said that in every 3 years we will be evaluating the 7 years national development agenda, and if in between we feel like it is not working, then the changes at the same time will be done in the plan. We are not going to wait for the 7 years to end and then we'll make the changes. No, in between the novel changes will be done. So this is the planning of Niti Aayog. Hana, this is what? Planning of Niti Aayog. You remember that. So what is the full form of Niti Aayog? Give me the full form of Niti Aayog also. Next. Consider the following statement and choose the correct statement as your answer. Knowledge and Innovation Hub. There are two hubs in the Niti Aayog. That is Team India and Knowledge and Innovation Hub. Very good, Nitin sir. Do remember the hubs of Niti Aayog also. There are two hubs. Okay. Next. It's a bank working day, we know, but we also have a paper on 20th. Now we do not have time. Tomorrow, if we talk about tomorrow, also you have a working day. Tomorrow also you have a working day. So if you are not able to watch till 11, we will try to wind up by 10 if we complete all the questions. But if not, we will continue till 11. And if you are not able to continue after your office starts, do watch the recording of National Institution for Transforming. It's not of, it's for National Institution for Transforming India. Okay, not an institute, not of. Namrata ma'am, it's not an institute, institution. The National Institution for Transforming India. Yeah? Now, let's start. The first is saying 2000 kilometers of railway network will be brought under Kavach. That's true. Second is saying Parvatmala is a national Himalayan road development program. One side you are saying a Parvatmala and second side you are saying a road development program. That's not true. Contracts to be awarded in 2020-23 for 8 roadways project of 80 km. It's not roadways, it's a ropeways. The third is also wrong. Fourth is saying Railways has launched one nation, one product concept to help the local businesses and supply chain. That's true. It means the right answer will be your first and fourth because the question is asking the correct statement. Okay. So that's why the right answer is the first and fourth. Clear? Now what are these all about? Right answer is A. They are about the part of your PM Gati Shakti, a very important scheme. PM Gati Shakti and Bharat Mala Yojana. These two have been asked in the last 3 times. So we have to remember them. So PM Gati Shakti is what? It's a National Master Plan for Multi-Modal Connectivity launched by Prime Minister in Union Budget 2020-23. Especially, it's a digital platform. It brings 16 ministries together, which include your railways and roadways. So what happens now? We start a lot of infrastructure projects, but because of the different departments, because of the different ministries, somehow those infrastructure projects do not complete on time, and that's why the PM Gati Shakti scheme is there. Under this, the 6 ministries will be brought together on a digital platform where they will be doing integrated planning. There we will be having a integrated planning and a coordinated implementation of all your infrastructure connectivity projects. So we have seen a lot of infrastructure projects in the country. It delayed to years. Obviously infrastructure is a long-term process, but still the target we have taken for 10 years, but the bridge is still under construction after the 20 years. Such situation is actually what we are facing in India, and because of a lot of ministries and departments are involved in there and their permissions are required. So that's why this have brought a digital platform where all these ministries will be interconnected together and will be helping each other to complete the infrastructure development projects on time. है so it will facilitate the last mile connectivity of infrastructure and also reduce the travel time for people if we will be able to complete the projects on time. Okay, so few important highlights of projects are road transport, the national highway network to be expanded 25,000 kilometer, then 20,000 crore to be mobilized to the national highway network expansion, contract to be awarded in the public-private partnership mode in 2020 to 23. For what? For multi-modal logistic parks at 4 locations. Apart from that, you can say in the railway, one station, one product was introduced. Why? So that we can promote the local business. Like it happens now when you are traveling with train, you are traveling in train. You know there is a certain station where one particular product is very famous, like Agra's petha, very famous. People wait. Hana, if Agra is coming in night at 2 or 3, some people actually stay awake till that so that they will be able to purchase the Agra's pethas or Mathura's pedas. So such kind of things are very famous, and to promote such local businesses and supply chain, the one station, one project concept have been introduced, that in that particular station this product will be sold by everyone to make it as a their specialty. Okay, then 2,000 kilometer of railway network to be bought under the Kavach, and the indigenous world-class technology and capacity augmentation will be done. Then 400 new generation Vande Bharat trains to be manufactured. Then 100 PM Gati Shakti cargo terminal for multimodal logistic to be developed. Apart from that, Parvatmala National Ropeway Development Program it is. Parvatmala means obviously we are talking about some mountains. In mountains you cannot go for a road development. You only provide the ropeway communication there. Hana? So the National Ropeway Development Program Parvatmala to be taken on a public-private partnership mode, and the contract to be awarded in 2020-23. 8 ropeway projects will be done in the 60-kilometer length. Okay. So next. So do remember all the points under the PM Gati Shakti schemes projects, very important. Now in India there are 3 key sources of funds available for funding in economic planning. Which of the following are part of it? Which of the following are part of it? Hubs of Niti Aayog. There are 2 hubs of Niti Aayog. One is Team India. I will write here. Hubs of Niti Aayog. First is Team India. Second, we have Knowledge and Innovation Hub. Okay, so when we talk about Team India Hub, it actually coordinates state involvement in the central government plan. And if we talk about your Knowledge and Innovation Hub, it actually focuses on strengthening Niti Aayog's think tank capability. Okay, these are the 2 hubs. Clear? Who have asked about it? Is it clear, the hubs of Niti Aayog? First is saying domestic budgetary source, second is saying deficit financing, third is saying foreign assistance, fourth is saying external commercial borrowing. Amreen sir, how it can be D? No, it is C, first, second and third. External commercial borrowing is not a part of your source of economic planning. The domestic budgetary source is there, deficit financing is there, and foreign assistance is there. And they have been written in the same sequence as their importance as their contribution. The maximum funds come from domestic budgetary source, second from deficit financing, and third from the foreign assistance. And in the same sequence they have been written. The right answer will be C option. You can see there are three sources of funds available, that is domestic budgetary source, deficit financing, and foreign assistance. And do remember, they are written in the same sequence as their contribution in the as a source of funds for the economic planning. The maximum funds come from domestic, then from deficit financing, then from the foreign assistance. Now consider the following statement with respect to MSS. Also let me know the full form of MSS. Like what is the full form of your MSS, also let me know that. Market stabilization scheme. Okay, MSS is a part of monetary policies instrument. It's the indirect instrument of monetary policy. Right? It's what? It's the indirect instrument of monetary policy. And it stands for market stabilization scheme. That's true. So first statement is saying the intention of MSS is essentially to differentiate the liquidity absorption of a more enduring nature by way of a sterilization day-to-day normal liquidity management operation. That's true. Second, the goal of implementing MSS was to sterilize the extra long-term liquidity absorption from day-to-day typical liquidity management operation. That's also RBI used MSS to withdraw excess liquidity which is created during the demonetization in the year 2016. And if we talk about that, is also true. So right answer will be your D option. The market stabilization scheme used the government securities to control the excess liquidity from the market, and this scheme was actually introduced in 2004. Very good. So right answer is D. Next, which factor contributed to the significant increase? Acha, in MSS what happened? Government of India issued security and give to the RBI, and RBI uses that security to control the liquidity in the market. If people have more money, RBI sells the government security. If the people have less money, RBI purchase that security as the maturity. And when we can say to reduce liquidity in the market, RBI sells the security. To increase liquidity of the market, RBI purchase the security. Okay. In the MSS, we use treasury bills, we use dated government security, and whatever money will be raised from the MSS, it will be deposited in a separate account of a government of India. Okay, do remember all these points. Okay. MSS will be, it will be for treasury bills, dated government security, both comes there, है ना? If we talk about the MSS, in the MSS, treasury bills and dated government security both comes there. So the treasury bills is for what? 91, 182, 4 days. Dated government starts with the 1 year to 40 years. Both will be covered. So both are the partition parts here. Okay, both are the part of the MSS. The treasury bill short term and the dated government security long term. Both are the part. Here, next question. Which factor contributed to the significant increase in turnover in the foreign exchange market in India? It's an introduction of derivative trading, it's a liberalization of the economy, It's the rise in the government securities transaction. It is decrease in daily trading volumes. Which of the following is correct? A, B, C or D? Yes, Manmeet sir. MSS includes treasury bills and dated government security both. Okay, it covers dated government security as well as treasury bill. That's why it is counted as a short term and long term. Very good. It's the liberalization of the economy. Right answer is your B. Very good. Next. Following the 1991 economic crisis, the implementation of reforms and adoption of LPG, that is liberalization, privatization, globalization policies, paved the way for dash and dash. So because the balance of payment crisis or balance of payment deficit happened in the country in 1990, that's why we have introduced the LPG policy. Now the question is asking here that because of those reform introduced, because of your LPG policy was introduced, it paved the way for what? The negative economic outcome, the positive economic outcome, or the higher GDP growth or a lower GDP. So it's very obvious because of LPG we have seen the positive changes, so we can easily eliminate the negative option. Okay, so it higher the GDP growth or lower the GDP growth? Obviously it higher the GDP growth, so right answer is B. Okay, right answer will be your B option. It have given us a positive economic outcome and a higher GDP growth rate. Very good. Out of the following statement, which statement is correct in relation to employees provident fund scheme? EPFO, first statement is EPFO is also the nodal agency of implementing bilateral social security agreements with other countries. Second, the EPFO's apex decision making body is the Central Board of Trustees. Third, EPFO has been taking several measures to simplify the operation of EPF account both for employers and employees by adopting IT enabled tools and techniques. Let me know which of the following is correct. EPFO, we all know, Employee Provident Fund. Hana, EPFO is what we all know, it's an Employee Provident Fund organization. It is actually nodal agency, Hana, for implementing all your bilateral social security. Okay. Second is also correct that the apex decision making body is Central Board of Trustees. The third is also correct that measures to simplify the operation of EPF account both for employers and employees. So right answer is D. All of them are correct. Hana, right answer is D. All of them are correct. Why only third statement is correct? First and second is also correct. It's not C. The right answer is D. All are correct. Hana, you can see here. Therefore is what? It's a nodal agency for implementing bilateral social security agreement with other countries. It is one of the largest social security organization in India in terms of beneficiaries as well as the quantum of financial transfer. Now the apex decision making body is what? It's the Central Board of Trustee of EPFO. And EPFO has been taking several measures to simplify the operation of employee provident fund account both for the employers and employees. Okay, and EPFO have taken a several number of digital initiative in the recent past. Overall, EPFO performs the dual role of being the administration and overseeing the implementation, like the implementation, administration, monitoring, everything done by the EPFO. Okay, all of these things done by the EPFO. So that's why I said all the statements are correct. Okay. Now, which of the following is a component of the secondary market? Which of the following is the component of your secondary market? IPO, private placement market, secondary auction market, or none of the above? A, B, C, or D? Which of the following is a component of secondary market? A, B, C, or D? B and C, two options are coming. Secondary market we are talking about, secondary market. Hana, like which of the following is a component of your secondary market? The right answer is your security auction market. Right answer is what? The security auction market. Okay, because in the case of your primary market, we can use first public issue in which anybody can purchase the share. We use private placement. Private placement means in which when the company is here, company gives you the name of the group of people that we are issuing share for these group of people, and then only those peoples are allowed to purchase the share of a company. That's a private placement. And here also qualified institutional placement will be done, in which only qualified institutional buyers can purchase the share. The public issue can be done by issuing IPO and FP. They all are the part of your primary market. So in the secondary market, we go with the security auction. Okay. Next, the process by which a stock exchange transition from a mutually owned entity to a shareholders owned company is known as. So when we are changing the legal structure of a company from mutually owned entity to your shareholders owned company, what this process is known as? The dematerialization, the demutualization, the demonetization, or monetization. Second is B. Okay. Rajen's monetization, wrong. Monetization, you are converting certain asset of your in the money. Hana, it is demutualization. When you change the legal structure of your company, that's known as your demutualization. Now, what is the minimum tenure for commercial papers? Minimum tenure for commercial papers. Also, let me know who issues the commercial papers. The minimum tenure for commercial papers. Also, let me know who issues commercial papers. Very good. Minimum days is 7 and 7, 364 days. This is the duration of your commercial paper can be. And the commercial papers can be issued by corporates. That's why they are unsecured, not negotiable money market instrument. Okay. An IPO through voluntary book building and percentage of the issue is reserved for the retail investors. How much it is reserved? 10%, 25%, 35%, or a 40%? Sorry. In the voluntary book building we are talking about for the retail individual investors. Very good. It should be 35%. Huh? If we talk about in the voluntary book build issue, it have been said not less than 35% of the net of the public should be allotted to retail individual investors. Right answer is 35%. Very good. Next, a retail investor is one who applies or bids for security of or for a value not more than what amount? 50,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh or 5 lakh? A, B, C or D? Fifth is C. Very good. It is your 2 lakh rupees. So retail investors is the one who applies for bids for the security of or for a value that not more than what amount is 2 lakh rupees. Okay. Out of the following statement, which of the following is are not true in relation to Bharatmala Pariyojana project? Not true statement in context to your Bharatmala Pariyojana project. First is saying this expected duration, the expected for completion of the Bharatmala Pariyojana project as envisioned by Ministry of Road Transport and Highways in 7 years. The primary focus area of the project for the development of roads and highways is rural area. Madhya Pradesh is the state with the maximum road length to be developed under the Bharatmala Pariyojana project. And you have to answer not true statement in context of this. C and D options are coming. Okay, actually the answer is D, none of these. Answer is your none of these. Right answer is D, because all the statement about the Bharatmala Pariyojana, you can see it is India's largest infrastructure investment program with more than $100 billion presents the most attractive investment opportunities in the road. Okay, it is the what we can say most attractive investment opportunities in the roads as a infrastructure project, the Bharatmala Pariyojana introduced by the government. So all the statement regarding the Bharatmala Pariyojana was correct. So as I have told you, PM Gati Shakti and Bharatmala, these two schemes are important, have been asked in the last 3 papers. Consider the following statement regarding non-scheduled banks, and you have to find out the right option or the correct option. So if we talk about the types of banks in the country, first of all, the central bank of our country is RBI. Another central bank of our country is RBI, and RBI divided Indian banks into 2 categories. The first is your scheduled bank, the second is your non-scheduled bank. Scheduled banks are those banks which are listed in the second schedule of RBI Act, and non-scheduled banks are those banks which are not listed in the second schedule of RBI. So first is saying non-scheduled banks are not included in the second schedule. That's true. They are not, only the scheduled banks are listed there. Second, minimum capital requirement for non-scheduled banks is governed by Section 11(1) of Banking Regulation Act. That's also like how much minimum capital is required to the non-scheduled banks. It is defined under the Banking Regulation Act 1949, Section 11. Third is saying non-scheduled banks can borrow from RBI for their normal operation. No. Non-scheduled commercial banks or non-scheduled banks can borrow from RBI, but only emergency cases, not for normal operation. Only for emergency cases they can borrow money from. So third is wrong. Fourth is saying the district central cooperative banks are accorded schedule status by RBI. So the right answer will be your what? First and second statement are okay. Like schedule banks can take the loan from RBI for their day-to-day normal activities, but non-schedule bank will only take in case of emergency. Okay, so right answer here is A option. Acha, let me know, can a non-scheduled bank become a member of clearing house? Can a non-scheduled bank become a member of clearing house? Yes or no? Like non-scheduled banks are eligible to become a member of clearing house or not? Let me know. Answer yes or no only. Okay. Monica ma'am, Vipin sir, Braj sir, Pushpanjali ma'am. No. Okay. Some are saying no, some are saying yes. Actually, answer is no. Non-scheduled commercial banks or non-scheduled banks, they are not eligible to become a member of clearing. Scheduled banks are eligible, not the non-scheduled banks. And I do remember that. You can see here, non-scheduled banks are those which are not listed in the second schedule of RBI Act. Their minimum capital requirement is defined in case of section 11 of your Banking Regulation Act. Non-scheduled banks are not eligible to effect borrowing from RBI for their normal operation. They can borrow from RBI, but only in the events of emergency, not in case of normal activity, day-to-day activity. Okay. Also, non-scheduled banks are also not eligible to become the member of clearing. As such, their customers are hindered is not being able to collect the proceeds. Okay, so non-scheduled banks are not eligible to become a member of clearing house. They are not listed in the second schedule of RBI Act. They are not eligible to take a loan from RBI for their day-to-day operation or a normal operation. Okay, so do remember all these points. Now, what is the role of tri-party agent in the tri-party repo transaction? The role of tri-party agent in the tri-party repo transaction. Facilitating collateral selection, administering the transaction between the lender and borrower, determining the repurchase rate, or issuing a special security. So question is asking, what is the role of tri-party agent? B, everyone is saying. Okay, very good. It administers the transaction between the lender and borrower. So tri-party agent is the third party in the repo transaction which facilitate the collateral selection, your payment and settlement, your custody and management in between borrower and lender. So right answer is your B. You can see tri-party repo is what? It's a type of repo contract where a third entity apart from the borrower lender called a tri-party agent. And what is the work of tri-party agent? Do remember it. It acts as an intermediary between the two parties in the repo transaction. It performs collateral selection on behalf of borrower lender. It do the payment and settlement, or as well as it also do the custody and management. Till what? Till the life of the transaction. So these are the three major work that the tri-party agent performs in the tri-party repo transaction, and it was introduced by RBI in August 2017. Okay, introduced by RBI in which year? In August 2017. Now, acha, these are the committees. Have to remember, Adityapuri committee was introduced guidelines to all credit institutions should become member of all credit information companies. So Adityapuri committee have recommended that all the banks and all the financial institutions who are actually participating in a credit business, है ना? So all the credit institutions have to become the member of what? The member of all the credit information companies. Earlier, the one financial institution or credit institution used to be the member of one CIC or two CIC, but now they have to become the member of all CIC. That's why the Adityapuri committee was introduced. Second, GS Dhatore committee was recommended that the guidelines for commercial bank who give loan to the leasing companies. But committee recommended for the creation of venture capital. I will highlight. It is for the member of CIC. Second is commercial bank giving funds to the leasing company. But committee for venture capitals. Maligram committee to study the issues and concerns of microfinance institution sector. It was made after the 2010 Andhra Pradesh crisis. Then Narasimhan committee 1 and 2, very important financial sector reform. Nachiket More committee recommended the financial services in a small business and low income households, as well as the payment banks, small finance bank and bank recommendation. Then we have PJ Nayak committee, which was created to review the governance of board of banks. NS Vishwanathan committee, which gave us the regulatory framework revised for the urban cooperative banks. RN Malhotra committee is already related to the insurance sector. Not only it established the Adda, it also said that the bank assurance should be introduced. It also recommended private insurance companies to be opened. It is RN Malhotra committee also recommended the bank assurance. Okay, it is also recommended to establish a regulatory body of the insurance market. That was the. Then we had AC Shah committee to suggest measures for effective regulation of your industry. Then we had your C. Rangarajan committee for the balance of payments and LERMS. This was introduced. LERMS is what? Liberalized exchange rate management system. Then we have Narasimhan committee 1998. It was that the development financial institutions would need to evolve into areas like commercial banking, and then the universal banking started. SS Tarapur committee for the capital account convertibility, which is not fully convertible till now. And the Sudani committee was there for the foreign exchange transaction, for the foreign exchange market. B. Shivraman committee recommended the NABARD. This NABARD committee is also known as the CRAFI card committee. Okay, the NABARD committee is also known as what? CRAFI card committee. And this committee is also known as Shivaraman committee because the chairman of the committee was Mr. B. Shiv. Okay. Then NK Singh committee for FRBM Act. We have seen the NK Singh committee for the FRBM Act. We also seen Chakravarti committee, which given us the functions of monetary policy committee. What the committee will do? Padmavan committee, it review the bank supervision. Verma committee for the weak bank supervision. RH Khan committee for harmonization of the role of banks and financial institutions. AC Chakravarti committee, it have given us the roadmap for IT users in the banking industry. Also, LC Gupta committee was there for the derivative trading. These all are very important of the committee. Hana? So do remember, you read all these committees. Remember what they are related to. Next, which of the following is correct about the MCLR? Let me know which of the following is correct about the MCLR. Also, let me know the full form of MCLR. Okay, marginal cost lending rate is actually not the right full form of MCLR. This is not a right full form of MCLR. Okay, it is marginal cost of fund based lending rate. It is what? It's the marginal cost of fund based lending. So first is saying it has modified the existing base rate system from April 2016 onwards. Hana, first is saying it is from April 2016 onwards. That's true. In 2016 it was introduced and it actually replaced the base rate. Okay. The MCLR shall comprise of marginal cost of fund, the negative carry on CRR, the operating cost, tenure premium. That's also true. The maturity of MCLR will be overnight, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, or have the option for the longer maturities as well. That's also true. The base rate will be now determined on the basis of MCLR. So base rate removed or replaced by the MCLR. So all the statements are true about MCLR. Anna, earlier, first we used to have prime lending rate, changed to benchmark prime lending rate, changed to base rate, which is changed to marginal cost of fund based lending rate, which is changed to your external benchmark lending rate, and which is now changed to your repo linked lending rate. So these are the rate of interest which commercial bank used to and is still taking from a customer or charging on a customer while providing loan to them. Okay, so right answer here is C. So this is the MCLR. You can see the full form, marginal cost of fund based lending. And in April 2016 it was introduced by RBI. It replaced your base rate. And it has modified the existing base rate system. And the MCLR interest rate, if we talk about, it is the internal benchmark lending rate of a bank, which will be calculated on a different maturities. These are the different maturity period on which MCLR can be published or can. You remember MCLR comprise your marginal cost of fund, your negative carry on CRR, your operating cost, and on the basis of these calculate the MCLR value. Okay, in which year RBI was nationalized? In which year RBI was nationalized? In which year RBI was nationalized? Very good. 1st January 1949 RBI was nationalized. How many times at the minimum does the Monetary Policy Committee meet in a year? 4 times, 6 times, 10 times, or 12 times? It is at least 4 times they have to meet, right? 6 times in a year we have a review. Review of the monetary policy comes 6 times in a year. Because monetary policy review is bi-monthly review, it means in every 2 months the review will be given. That's a bi-monthly review. So it will be 6 times review will be given. But at least how many times the monetary policy committee have to meet? It is 4 times. These two things are different. And the monetary policy committee have 6 members. Out of these, 3 will be appointed by RBI and the rest will be appointed by Government of India. Now, what is the rate of interest on CRR? No interest on CRR. Very good. RBI do not pay any interest on CRR to commercial bank. RBI does so only in the year 1999 when banking slowdown was going on. That was the only year when RBI paid interest on the CRR to the banks. Otherwise, RBI do not pay any interest on the CRR to the company. How many full-time members are there on the CAIIB board? The full-time members in the CAIIB board. A, B, C or D? Seven members. Third is D. No, it is not. It's a fourth question. It is. So fourth, how many full-time members are there? 3 full-time members are there. What under the recommendation of which committee Adda was established? Under which committee's recommendation Adda was established? Malhotra committee, Narsimhan committee, Tandon committee or Ghosh committee? So it's a Malhotra committee, we have just seen. Which of the following is are correct about the SDF? Also let me know the full form of SDF. What does SDF stand for? First is saying it allows the RBI to absorb excess cash from the economy by sucking liquidity from commercial bank without giving government security in return to the lender. By removing the binding collateral constant on RBI, the SDF strengthens the operating framework of monetary policy. Third, the SDF is also a financial stability tool in addition to its role in liquidity management. Fourth, RBI announced the operationalization of SDF from April 8, 2020. So what do you think, which of the following is correct? You have to find out the correct statement. And the right answer is Jiten sir is saying D, Vipin sir is saying C. What about rest? SDF, State Department Fund. No, that's not the right full form. SDF stand for your Standing Deposit Facility. It's the instrument of monetary policy. It's the indirect instrument of monetary policy which was introduced by RBI in 2022. It means the fourth statement is wrong. All the other are. So standing deposit facility, all the other statements are correct except the fourth option, because it was introduced in operationalized in the year 2022, not in 2021. Okay, so right answer is D. All the other are correct. The standing deposit facility was introduced by RBI for the purpose of controlling liquidity in the market, in which the commercial banks money can be taken by RBI in case of they have a access liquidity. In the reverse repo rate we used to do the same thing, but in the reverse repo rate RBI used to give collateral, but here in the SDF without the need of collateral funds can be managed or liquidity can be managed. So SDF allows RBI to absorb the excess liquidity or excess cash from the economy by sucking liquidity from commercial banks without giving government security. In the reverse repo rate, RBI have to give the government securities in return. Then RBI was able to reduce the liquidity in the market. But in the SDF, RBI do not have to give the security. That's the main reason why the SDF was introduced. In 2018 amendment, this was introduced, the SDF facility was introduced. Okay, that this is an additional tool for absorbing liquidity without any collateral. That was said in the year 2008, but it became operationalized in the year 2000. But now RBI have been allowed that RBI can accept the deposit from the commercial banks and pay interest to them on the deposit when it comes to the liquidity management in the market. Okay, now next we have which of the following statement is are correct. First is Bharatmala Pariyojana, second is PM Gati Shakti, third is also PM Gati Shakti. So in these three statements, which statement is correct, that you have to answer? A, B, C or D? Let me know the answer here. Okay, if we talk about the first statement, it's saying that Bharatmala Pariyojana, India's largest infrastructure investment program with more than 100 billion present. That's true. PM Gati Shakti is a national master plan for multimodal connectivity launched by Prime Minister, in which 16 ministries brought on a digital platform, and that's also true. And 100 PM Gati Shakti cargo terminal for multimodal logistic to be developed. That's also true. All the statements are true, and we have discussed this. Hanan, we have no 100 cargo terminals are there, Vinay sir. In one of the earlier question of PM Gati Shakti, I have added the screenshot of your like the information about the PM Gati Shakti, in which all the three statement we have covered. Hana? So all the above are correct. You can see Bharatmala Pariyojana is India's largest infrastructure investment program with more than $100 billion. Present the most attractive investment opportunity in roads. Second, PM Gati Shakti is National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity. 16 ministries are there. Then 100 PM Gati Shakti cargo terminals will be developed. So that's why all the statement was correct. Population management is the core and fundamental goal of the DASH program. The population management is the core and fundamental goal of the DASH program. Family welfare, societal welfare, health welfare, none of the above. Very good, family welfare. India was the first country in the world which introduced family welfare program in the year 1950. India was the first country in the world to introduce the family welfare program, and it was introduced for the population management at that time also. Okay, so right answer is A. Very good. You can see population management is the core and fundamental goal of family welfare program. India has a variety of official sponsored and entirely supported family welfare which offer extra infrastructure, people, consumable to states in order to improve the health of women and children, to address all stated requirements for your fertility management, sterilization, IUD, etc. So population management is the core and fundamental. Next, out of the following statement, which one is not in line with the schemes which are promoting MSME? The question is saying, out of the following statement, which one is not in line with these which are promoting micro, small, medium enterprise? So micro, small, medium enterprises also have a new definition now. Earlier, the service units and manufacturing units have to have a different definitions for them. But now the service and manufacturing, the both definition have been included in one. Okay, and the definition have been given on the basis of investment in plant and machinery or equipment as well as in the turnover. First is saying Udyami Mitra portal by CAIIB enables the better credit accessibility and support for micro, small, medium enterprises growth. That's true. Second is saying Smriti empowers traditional industries and artisans by forming cluster, improving their marketability skills. Smriti is also correct. The digital MSME integrates the cloud computing for efficient operation and improved digital capability. That's also true. The MSc CDP enhances MSc's productivity and competitiveness through a cluster based approach. That's also true. Cluster based kind of group fee. So it means right answer is C. All of them is correct. Acha, question is asking not in line. If they are asking not in line, then answer will be none of them, because they all are in line with the scheme which promote the MSME. Okay, question is asking not, that's why right answer will be your D. You can see the Udyami Mitra portal launched by CAIIB to improve accessibility of credit and hand-holding services. Shruti scheme is there. It organizes traditional industries and artisans by formulating into cluster and make them competitive by enhancing their marketability. Digital MSME scheme has uses of cloud computing for efficient MSME use the internet access common as a tailor-made IT infrastructure. And the micro and small enterprises cluster development program is there. So it adopts the cluster development approach for enhancing the productivity and competitiveness. Okay. Apart from that, MSME Sambandh, MSME delayed payment portal, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, and we have a Aspire scheme. We have a National Manufacturing Competitiveness Program and the Credit Linked Capital Subsidy Scheme. They all are the schemes that actually support the MSME to develop, the MSME to grow. And also do read them once in the PDF as well. Now, which among the following is not a priority sector? Which among the following is not a priority sector? Let me know which among the following is not a priority sector. The IT, the social infrastructure, MSME or agriculture. So priority sectors are those sectors which as per RBI and Government of India need improvement, need development. Those sectors are known as your priority sectors, right? And when it comes to the priority sector, why we are developing them? Because until and unless they are developed, economy won't be able to develop. So that's why we give the priority to them and ask the bank to provide a certain target given by RBI or the sub target given by RBI. That amount of loan will be given to these sector on a priority basis. So there are total 8 sectors. Total how many PSL sectors are there? Total 8 sectors are there, and IT is not one of them. Okay. As per the new definition of MSME, investment in plant, machinery or equipment does not exceed dash for a micro enterprise. So new definition have been given by Ministry of MSME, and Ministry of MSME have given the definition to the MSME in 2020 only. B, everyone is saying. So when it comes to the micro, small, medium enterprises, they are defined on the basis of their new definition. There is no difference between your service industries or as well as if I talk about in case of your manufacturing industry. And we are talking about the micro enterprises, the investment in plant and machinery. In case of micro enterprises, it does not exceed 1 crore. And in the micro enterprises, it does not exceed the 1. So actually, the investment is 1 crore, and when we talk about the turnover for micro enterprises, it should not or does not exceed 5 crore or exceed rupees 5 crore. That's the criteria for your micro enterprises. Like the investment is allowed, does not exceed 1 crore, and the turnover which is given here is does not exceed 5 crore. Those enterprises are defined as the micro enterprises under MSME. Now, which is not one of the pillar of Make in India. Not one of the pillar of Make in India. The new processes, new infrastructure, new government, new sector. Third is C. Very good. It's not a new government. It should be new mindset. Okay. Now, which among the following is not a part of PLI scheme? Not a part of PLI scheme. PLI is what? Production linked incentive scheme, in which 13 important sectors over a 5-year period will be given a certain amount of money to increase the production of products. Okay, so it is what? The production linked incentive scheme. The right answer is your agriculture. Very good. Is not a part of PLI, agriculture. Which are the major changes incorporated in revision of SNA 2008? So SNA 2008 is a standard way of defining how you have to represent your all national statistical data so that it will be easy to compare them. That's what the SNA is all about. A uniform set of documents, a uniform standard of your national accounts have been given in the SNA. You have to answer what are the major changes incorporated. First is saying, read by yourself and let me know the answer. Okay, D everyone is saying first, second, third and fourth. Let's see. The first one is saying headline growth rate will now be measured by GDP at a constant market price. Refer to the GDP. Okay. Second is saying here estimate of GVA for each sector will now be provided at a factor cost instead of your basic prices. Third, your comprehensive coverage of corporate sector is manufacturing and services including annual accounts submitted to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Fourth, inclusion of information from the accounts of stockbrokers, stock exchange, asset management companies, your mutual fund and pension fund, as well as the regulatory bodies like CAIIB, PFRD, Adda. It provides comprehensive coverage of the financial sector. And the right answer is, fourth is also correct. Fourth correct, third correct, and the first one is also correct. It means right answer is C. Right answer is C. Why we are saying the C answer? Because SNA is actually what? SNA is a standard that have been given and have been said that to be managed or that to be maintained, to have a standard way of maintaining a national account, and it will help us in calculation or in maintaining the standard accounts and comparing the accounts of the country. Right answer is your C option. Okay, right answer will be your what? It will be C option. So these are the major changes incorporated in the revision of SNA. Okay, do read it once in the PDF. Now, which among the following contribute the most to plan financing in India? These are the three ways or three sources of finance given to us and we have to answer that which among the following contribute the most to plan finance. First, domestic budgetary source. Second, deficit financing. Third, foreign assistance. Let me know which of the following is correct. The most contribution comes from where? Very good. It comes from the domestic budgetary source. The most is like the first, if we talk about the first most, then the second level funding comes from the deficit financing, and the third will be your foreign assistance. The same sequence they are written always. Now, who is the chairman of Niti Aayog? Who is the chairman of Niti Aayog? So if we talk about the Niti Aayog chairman, the Niti Aayog chairman will always be the Prime Minister, like in the Planning Commission it used to have. In the Planning Commission, it's a ex officio post. Ex officio post means whoever becomes the Prime Minister of the country will automatically become the chairman of your Niti Aayog. The same used to happen in the Planning Commission. So it is the Prime Minister. What was the period of 9th 5-year plan? I have told you how to calculate the period, Hana, because on the basis of the gap you remember, you can easily calculate the duration of each 5-year plan. So the 9th 5-year plan duration is 1997 to 2002. And the Garibi Hatao, that means elevate poverty, is the motto of which financial year? In which financial year we actually taken this motto of elevate the poverty or Garibi Hatao? It was the 6th 5-year plan. Okay. Also, the 6th 5-year plan is the same 5-year plan in which we have seen that the curse of Hindu rate of growth removed from the Indian. The curse of Hindu rate of growth was removed from the Indian economy. Okay, next. In which in the following given statement, which one is not correct in relation to CSR activities? CSR is what? Corporate social responsibility. CSR is what your? It's a corporate social responsibility. So not the correct one you have to answer. First is C. The transition from considering the CSR non-compliance as a civil wrong to a criminal offense highlights a focus on imprisonment over penalties, stressing the significance of accountability and enforcement. Second, recent changes in the law allow Indian companies to exceed the 2% CSR spending limit with the provision to offset excess spending against future operations. Then the Schedule 7 of the Act shapes CSR efforts in India, focusing on SDG related to poverty, hunger, healthcare, sanitation, and clean water access. Then for CSR in India, as per the Companies Act 2013, integrates economic, social, and environmental responsibility to promote sustainable growth and aligned with the global SDG. So what do you think, which of the following is correct here? Actually, the correct answer, but not correct in respect to the CSR. A, B, C or D? D, all are correct. Ashwin sir, Abhishek sir, Vinay sir, do read the statement number 1. Those who are saying all are correct or D, Do read the statement number 1. It is saying the non-compliance CSR used to be civil wrong, we changed it to criminal offense. No, na, the first one is wrong. The first one is wrong. So right answer is only 1. It used to be the criminal offense, shifted to the civil wrong, है ना? And that's why the imprisonment penalty removed and the fine and penalty have to be. So if we talk about here, the Schedule 7 activities talks about to eliminate the hunger, poverty and malnutrition. It promote healthcare and preventing healthcare also. Okay, apart from that, now the companies are free to spend more than 2% of their net profit on CSR in any year. Okay, and you can see in 2019 July, the government had amended the law that treated non-compliance with the CSR provisions as a criminal offense. Hana, it have been what? Revised. So now the penalty of 1 crore at least on the defaulting company will be there, and at least 2 lakh for each defaulting officer will be there. It was introduced in 2020 because it replaced the imprisonment of 3 years, which used to be there when it used to be a criminal offense. But in the latest development, non-compliance with CSR provision is now a civil wrong, not a crime. That's why the 3 years imprisonment shifted to or replaced by the penalty regime. Okay, CSR is very important. Remember this. In which section of Companies Act it is defined? Let me know in which section CSR is defined of the Companies Act. I know every one of you know about it. The section is 135. Another section is what? It is 135. Now, which is not a component of the primary sector. Which is not a component of primary sector. Construction, agriculture, forestry, fishing. This we have discussed already. Very good. Construction is not. Construction is a subsector of your secondary sector. Quaternary sector is a part of dash. The quaternary sector is a part of. Second is B. It's a part of your service sector. Black revolution is connected to okay, petroleum. Which sector contribute most to the national output? Like in the GDP, which sector is contributing more? Agriculture, industry, manufacturing or services? C, manufacturing. It is service sector. In GDP means in income, the service sector is contributing more. If it used to ask like which sector contribute most to the employment generation in the country, then we will be clicking the right answer as agriculture. Now, which sector provide maximum employment in India? Now comes to the employment, it will be agriculture. For income, it is service sector. For employment, it is agriculture sector. Okay. Which of the following statement about market economies are true? Which of the following statement about your market economy are true? Individual and private firms make the major decisions about the production and consumption. Okay. Firm produce the commodity that yield the highest profit by the techniques of the production that are least costly. The extreme case of market economy in which the government does not interfere in economic decision is called a laissez-faire economy. So we are talking about a market economy. Market economy is also known as your capitalistic economy. And you can call it a capitalistic economy. You can also call it as a laissez-faire economy. So individual and private firm make the decision, that's true. Firm produce the commodity that yield the highest profit by techniques of production that are least costly, that's also true. And the extreme case of market economy in which government does not interfere decision is called a laissez-faire economy. Yes, so right answer is very good. Right answer is your A. Which among the following is not a hard infrastructure? Which among the following is not a hard infrastructure? Healthcare, roads, ports, or airports? Hard infrastructure, not a hard infrastructure is what? Very good, it's a healthcare. It's a soft infrastructure which is required for keep running your economy, which is required for keep running your economy. Next, which among the following is not a green infrastructure? Which among the following is not a green infrastructure? National highway, correct. Which among the following is not a pillar of the National Education Policy 2020? The National Education Policy also have a 4 pillars: accessibility, equity, quantity, accountability. C, it should be quality, not a quantity, it should be quality. Dash is the core and fundamental goal of the family welfare program in India. What is the core and fundamental goal of family welfare program in India? Very good, it's a population management. So population management is our core and fundamental goal. Now, which of the following statements are true in relation to FDI in India? Which of the following statements are true in relation to FDI in India? Foreign direct investment. First is saying proposals involving a total foreign equity of more than 5,000 crores require clearance for Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. FDI in India is prohibited and not allowed to function in the following sector. That's a lottery business, gambling, betting, as well as casinos. Third, foreign investment activity not covered by automatic route requires prior route are reviewed by the relevant administrative ministry or department. So which of the following is true regarding your FDI, foreign direct investment? So right answer will be D. Everyone is saying that's correct. Right answer is D. There are two routes of FDI, that is your automatic route, government approved route. In the government approved route, was if the amount is 5,000 crore and above, then apart from the respected ministry or department, you have to take permission of CAIIB also. And FDI in India prohibited and not allowed to function in these all area. Also, the foreign investment activity is not covered by the automatic route requires prior government. It means all the statement regarding the FDI is right. So there are two routes, automatic and government route. In the government approved route, there is no permission to take before investing in India. Like, do not have to take permission. Without taking permission, you can country. And if the amount is more than 5,000 crore and more, then need a cabinet committee on economic affairs. Okay. In case of automatic route, it has been said that the prior approval is not required. In the government route, you need to take a prior approval. Hana, here prior government permission is required. Here, without prior approval from the government, you can take investment to India. But you have to continue, you have to follow two-stage reporting process. In first, you have to report that how much foreign currency, like how much money you have received, that you have to inform the first. To whom? To the foreign exchange department. Okay, and that have to be done within 30 days of receipt of your share application money or amount of consideration from the non-resident investor. So whatever amount of money you have got from the non-resident investor, that you have to inform to the foreign exchange department within 30 days of investment come to India. And in case of your second condition, in which it's saying that if the issue share to the non-resident investors, you have to tell them like whatever money they have given to you and how many number of shares you have issued to that particular non-resident investor, that you have to inform again to the foreign exchange department of RBI regional office. Okay, so in automatic route, no prior approval is required, but once you got the fund from the foreign company, within 30 days you have to go through the two-stage reporting process, which is not one of the primary pillar of 1991 economic reform. Let me know. Not the pillar of 1991 economic reform. This economic reform happened because in India there was a high inflation, high fiscal deficit. Foreign currency reserve was left only for 2 weeks, and then the public sector undertakings for foreign conditions was worst. People were not trusting on bank as well, and the Gulf War happened, which actually increased the prices of your crude oil. Balance of payment was negative. Because of all of these, we have went to take a help from World Bank and IMF. and IMF said that we will be helping you if India is ready to reform its policy, है ना? So that's why the economic reform or LPG policy came, in which automation is not one of them. Narsimham Committee on the Financial Sector Reform is related to which sector? It is related to banking sector, obviously, which is not a part of supervisory reform camels. Not a part of supervisory reforms camels. So camels is what? It's a credit information company that provide rating to the banks and financial institutions. So which is not a part of supervisory reforms. Capital adequacy, asset quality, not a merger but a management. Okay. Then earnings, liquidity, and the S stands for sensitivity. One second. Sensitivity to market risk. This is what the camels stand for. Okay. Capital adequacy, asset quality, management, earnings, liquidity, and sensitivity to market risk. This is what the camels is. All these factors will be cross-checked by the camels, and then it provides rating to the bank. Okay. Which among the following is not an instrument used by the Indian corporate sector to access the fund from international capital market? So which among the following is not an instrument used by Indian corporates to access funds from international markets? So ADR is American Depository Receipt, GDR Global Depository Receipt, FCC Foreign Currency Convertible Bond, and IPO Initial Public Offering. So obviously you cannot use the IPO. IPO will be used by the Indian companies when they are first time issuing shares for public. Then they use the IPO. Okay. Very good. That's the IPO. Now, which of the following are the benefits of your credit ratings investor? The benefits of the credit rating to the investors. First is saying assessment of risk, second is saying information at low cost, third is saying advantage of continuous monitoring, fourth is saying provide the investor a choice of investment. Answer is C, very good, all of the above. Answer is C, that is all of the above, very good. You can see benefit to investors is you have assessment of risk, information will be available at low cost. The advantage of continuous monitoring is there, then provides the investor a choice of investment opportunities also. So these are the benefit to the investor we can see. And if we talk about the benefit to the issuer, what are the benefit issuer is taking from here? Ease in borrowing. It will be borrowing at a cheaper rates. It facilitates your growth. It recognition of lesser known companies will be here recognized. Impose financial discipline on borrowers and a greater information disclosure. All these are the benefit to the issuer who is issuing the credit rate. These benefits will be available to the issuer. Okay. From now, certain questions are left that we will be covering in the next class, that will be having tomorrow, okay, in the morning as again at 6 a.m. So the remaining question, as you can see, which are remaining question here, that we will cover in the next class, Hana, with the more new questions. Okay, so today we will be ending the session here. You can see 6 a.m. sessions already planned for all of you in the morning for IE IFS, PPB, AFM and RBWM. All these dates sessions are planned for you. Okay, what you have to do, just make sure you attend all these sessions. Right now we are going for the IE IFS. Today we had done the Maha Marathon, and tomorrow this is your session. Tomorrow 6 a.m. we are going to have a IE IFS Maha revision paper. Yahi se aayega. Session will be available at 6 a.m. only on JAIIB CAIIB English Medium channel. Okay, and the PDF will be available in the virtual library, and the link of virtual library is given in the description of this particular session. Go and check there. After a certain hour, the PDF will be available to all of you. Also, do let me know how, if you were counting, do let me know how many answers you have given correct or you have answered wrong, how many questions you have answered wrong. And do not forget to subscribe the channel JAIIB CAIIB English Medium, because this is the channel in which all the 4 subjects of your JAIIB, and when you are going to prepare for CAIIB, all their mini marathon, all their special sessions will be available on this channel only. So do make sure you subscribe this channel. And the tomorrow's session, that is your Maha revision session of yours, we will be covering only on JAIIB CAIIB English Medium channel in the morning at 6. So do not forget to join tomorrow as well. Okay, those who are watching recorded session of ours, once you complete the recording, watching your recording of this particular session, do let me know in the comment section how many answers you have given correct, or if you are right, if you were counting the wrong options, then do let me know how many wrong answers you have given out of the total questions we have practiced. Okay, so I will see you all tomorrow in the morning. Do take care, keep revising the content, be positive at this time, be confident at this time, because this is the time where we are going to put more efforts in whatever we have covered in the last 3 and 4 months, and that will only be possible when we have a positive attitude towards our exam, towards our subject. So be confident that yes, we will be clearing this paper, and be connected to the channel, because this channel will provide you regular session which will be helping you out to clear. Okay, so I see you tomorrow in the morning again. Until then, take care everyone. Have a good day. See you tomorrow.